About our point standings, the team point standings. This is how it shapes up right now. Number 1 currently is Numidia Dragway with 8 points. New England Dragway is 2 at 7. Mason-Dixon and Island Dragway are tied for 3rd with 6. Atco Dragway has 5 points. Maple Grove has 4. Esta and South Mountain Raceway are both tied with 3. And Lebanon Valley has 2. So once again, how the team point standings are looking going into this morning. Numidia Dragway has 8. New England Dragway with 7. Mason-Dixon and Island Dragway are both tied for 3rd with 6 points. 4th is Atco Dragway with 5 points. Maple Grove has 4. Esta and South Mountain are both with 3, and Lebanon Valley with 2. That is how it's looking this morning going into round 1 of eliminations. So we are officially underway with high school. They're going to make back-to-back runs, and then Sportsman is going to follow. We're going to be calling them here momentarily. David Philbin and Christian Saylor are going to make their way down to the racetrack here this morning. Philbin's entry, left side, that is the Connecticut-based Camaro, being 24 up front and running at 12:02, 109. Christian Saylor is going to run at 15:10 at 92.17 the speed. Nicholas Beeler now, and Sage Himbley. Right side, Sage Himbley is going to be 12:20, 108 miles an hour. Nicholas Beeler goes down at 16:60 at 80. Both are going to turn it red as Travis Paquin, left side of the Camaro at 14:39 at 96 miles an hour. Thomas Oates goes at 12:23 at 110. Michael Franks and Ryan Werble now. Michael Franks. Going to be 27 up front this morning. Ryan Werble at 046, the Mustang. Over there on the right-hand side of the racetrack goes 1196 at 109. 1228, 106 the speed there for Michael Franks. Natalia Mussolino now. Mussolino. Dodge there. 14 up front. Hemi makes the power. Down the right-hand side. To 1357 at 100 miles an hour. All right, your attention to the pit area, please. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. We're going to make the call for round one, sportsman, odd number sportsman competitors. Round one to lanes 1 and 2, please. Odd number sportsman cars, lanes 1 and 2 for round number 1, please. Come on down. We're ready for you. Sportsman, round 1, odd numbers to staging. '51 Numidia Dragway, car number 51 Numidia Dragway. Mike Fornwalt, you are the potential buy for the round. You are going to report to lane number 7, please. Mike Fornwalt, you are the potential buy in the round. You're going to report to lane number 7. We have called Sportsman round 1, odd number cars to lanes 1 and 2, please. So as we have called Sportsman into the lanes, odd number sportsman cars lanes 1 and 2. Don't forget, if you are needing a chassis certification, that is taking place at the division certification trailer until 2 o'clock today. And also, attention to our Super Pro competitors. Super Pro competitors, the best losing package in round number 1 of Super Pro. So the best losing package in round 1 of Super Pro, that competitor is going to receive a weekend entry into the Fall Fling at Galat. So that is a $895 value. So virtually a $900 value free with the best overall losing package in round 1 of Super Pro. So that is a heck of an award given out by Pete Biondo. and everyone at the fling. But you can, if you have the best losing package in round 1 of Super Pro, you will win a $895 value free entry into the Fall Fling at Galat next weekend. So if you win that, you might as well just open your weekend up, do whatever you need to do, and travel down there to North Carolina and run at Galat Motorsports Park at the Fall Fling. We will also have a consolation race for each and every category. If you do not turn on the win lamp in round 1, you can enter into the consolation race. We will announce here in a bit where you are going to buy into that at. But each and every category will have their own consolation race. High school competitors, you will fall in with sportsmen. And speaking of sportsmen, we have called odd number sportsman cars for round 1 to lanes 1 and 2.
All right, we got a quick announcement. So everybody knows that we always, at the bracket finals, do our very best to keep teammates from running each other, but you guys can help us out a lot with that. If you see 3 or 4 of your teammates in your class run into the lanes, maybe wait a couple minutes. It helps us out if there's not 4 years right in a row. So when you're coming to the lanes, if you see some guys parked next to you all shoot down, maybe wait a couple minutes. Help us out in the lanes, make it a little easier on our lane staff. So we will do our best to not have teammates running each other in first round or any round as long as we can. But you can help us out a lot with that. If you see your teammates coming down, wait a few minutes, walk around the car, check your tires, then come down to the lanes. We're waiting on one high school car. Rubles. Bring it down to the lane, Ryan Rubel. We're going to run our high school time run out, and we're going right in the first round, sportsman. 2 go down, 1 come back. Warming up a little bit out there. Track's looking good. Good temperature on the track. But we need Ryan Rubel. And we just announced it a few minutes ago, but first round Super Pro best losing package will receive a weekend entry to the Fall Fling Galat. That's an $890 value. Peter Biondo running the bracket finals here for Team Numidia. First time in a long time he's running the bracket finals and wanted to give something away. All right, we got rubles in the lanes. Nice. So once again, first round of Super Pro, best losing package, weekend entry to Fall Fling Galat. That starts next week. I'll be heading down there Tuesday. Going right from Galat right to Bristol. You got 2 weekends of big money spring fling, fall fling brand racing coming up the next 2 weekends. Pete Biondo's here. Kyle Seipel's on his way. He'll be popping in around noon today. And here we go, high school time run.
All right, so we're going to make the call for round one. Even number sportsman competitors into the lanes as well. So all sportsman cars, odd and even sportsman round one to the staging lanes. And this time, please, sportsman, come on down. Round one, we're ready for you into the staging lanes. Thomas Oates and Sage Embley going to make their final run of the morning here. Time run. Embley out of Saylorsburg, Pennsylvania, right side. And the Clearbrook, Virginia runner there for Thomas Oates in the S10. Talia Mussolino and Michael Franks now. 14 and 25 for Mussolino. Knocking the tree down there. Very consistent in the Durango this morning. Franks misses by 59 thou. Top end. It's going to be 12:25, 107. 13:48, 101 there for Mussolino. Left side. Now this is going to bring up David Hilbin and Travis McQuinn. Hilbin's going to be 64 up front with a Camaro to the 47 there for Travis McQuinn. Rolling on down through there. Camaro's going to run here at 12 flat, 109 miles an hour. 14:20, 96 the speed there for Travis McQuinn. And here comes our final high school time run of the morning, Ryan Rubel. Bethlehem, Pennsylvania Mustang running for Numidia Dragway. It up front there for Rubel. Tap in. The Mustang's going to go at 1191, 110 miles an hour. So once again, sportsmen, all sportsman competitors, even an odd number cars should be in the lanes for round one, please. Sportsmen, all cars into the staging lanes for round number one. We are ready for you. Come on down, sportsmen. So as we get racers into the staging lanes for round number 1 here this morning, Sportsman's going to kick things off with final eliminations here at the Summit ET Bracket Finals in the NHRA Northeast Division this weekend at Numidia Dragway. We're streaming live on D1TV, presented by MicroStrategies all day long. Do want to thank the folks at MicroStrategies for being our presenting sponsor of the live feed here at Numidia this weekend. Don't forget, Team Spirit is taking place during round number 1 here today. So Team Spirit, if you want to be judged with that, we will have our staff going around, taking a look at each individual team and judging for the overall Team Spirit winners. So before we go into round number 1 here this morning, we'd ask everyone to please stand and remove your hats for our invocation by Racers for Christ Chaplain Paul Cole, followed by the playing of our American national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, Paul Cole.
Father God, we give you thanks and praise, Lord, for just being able to meet here today on this beautiful day that you've given us. We thank you for the opportunity to come and go drag racing, our sport to enjoy. Lord, I just pray your abundant blessing on everyone on the property here, Lord. I pray your abundant blessing on the staff, the racers, and just the family, friends, and spectators as well, Lord. Father God, I just ask that you might be with those who couldn't be with us here today, both on our nation's ground and abroad. Father God, watch over our troops as they defend our freedoms and our rights, Lord, here in America. And Father God, just thank you once again for the ability to go racing today here. We just give you thanks and praise in Jesus' name. Amen.
Stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
All right, so it is time to go drag racing. Final eliminations here at the Summit ET Bracket Finals. Sportsman is ready to go with round number 1. Drivers are suited up. We're going to pull them into the water box in just a moment. Do want to thank each and every one of you for coming out and supporting Numidia Dragway in the Northeast Division of the National Hot Rod Association, and of course the Summit ET Bracket Finals here this weekend. As we look at our team points, again, rolling into this first round elimination today, Numidia Dragway is currently leading with 8 points. New England Dragway is second with 7. Mason-Dixon has 6. Island Dragway with 6 as well. Atco Raceway is 5. Maple Grove 4. Esta is at 3. South Mountains at 3. And Lebanon Valley is with 2. So our first pair rolls into the water box. Dial-ins will appear on the top end scoreboard. And it's time to do a little bit of bracket racing here with final eliminations. Nick Thoman comes out of the water box, right-hand side of the racetrack now. Running for South Mountain, 1268 the dial-in, takes on Denny Renninger. Renninger for Maple Grove, 1164 the dial-in. Deals will be on left side. Both are going to turn it green. They are closing in on the 8th mile. Here comes the 1,000-foot, and the 1320 is next. First win line of the morning is going to go left side. Team Maple Grove and Denny Renninger is going to go to the next round in Sportsman. 11.66 on the 11.64 and was 22 up front. Thoman's going to break out. Takes 43 thou to be under. 64 on the 68 at 94. Jim Pepinis left side in the Tesla. Running for Esta Dragway down at 11.50 and Brian Kuhn alongside. Kuhn's entry from Hanover, Pennsylvania for South Mountain. 13.07 going to be leaving first. Jim Pepinis going to give chase down the left side. Brian Kuhn way out in front. Kuhn was 29 on the reaction time, dual breakout, and Brian Kuhn's going to be your winner for South Mountain. 13.05 and 13.07, under by 200, 97 miles an hour. Pepinis was 234 back here at the starting line. Got there first, but breaks out by more at 11.27 off the 11.50. The old Tesla was running good this morning. Lester Holtzapple left side. Dials in at 11.71. Running there for Team Mason-Dixon and Paul Neal for New England Dragway. The Z28 Camaro right side, 12.56 the dial. They both going to turn it green. The Cuda's going to give chase to the Camaro. Front nose of the Camaro's out in front. They're going to drop hard to the other end, and the wind light's going to appear on another dual breakout affair. Paul Neal's going to be closer. 003 and 12.52 off the 12.56 gets Paul Neal and New England Dragway the round win there. Stephen George going to pull up out of the water box in just a moment. And Keith Warner alongside. All right, Keith Warner left side. Dials here at 11.50. That is going to be the fourth Thunderbird. Blue Oval's going to take on the bow tie out of Epping, New Hampshire, and Stephen George is 12.25 on the top end scoreboard. Stephen George there for New England Dragway. Keith Warner running for Team Mason-Dixon. One's going to have timeout. Yep, timeout this morning for Stephen George. Keith Warner is going to be your winner. So Keith Warner and Mason Dixon's going to pick up a win here. 11 flat, 104 miles an hour. Was 11 up front this morning. Stephen George did not turn the stage bulb on and virtually timed out. Or the car stalled on the starting line and could not get it refired. So that is actually what happened to Stephen George. Unfortunately, the car stalled right in the pre-stage beam. Bill Hakuska, left side. Island Dragway runner, they're out of New Jersey, down in 1150, and Dylan Moore for Team Mason-Dixon, 1225 in the Mustang. Camaro gives chase to the blue oval Ford. They are down course, close it in on the 1,000-foot mark, and the wind light's going to appear here. Brake lights right side, wind light right side. 1226, one above, and 009, Dylan Moore. And Team Mason-Dixon's going to grab a round win here. Constance Wackerman for right side. The Island Dragway entry, 1175 the dial, and Ted Mealy alongside for Team Maple Grove in Chalfont, Pennsylvania comes that machine down 1196. They're out and running. Green lights a pair of Ted Mealy. Constance Wackerman tap into the racetrack. Wind light's going to come on left side. Ted Mealy and Team Maple Grove, 038 and 1199 off the 1196 at 107 miles an hour. Going to be your round winner. Wackerman was 84 and behind at the starting line and breaks out by 4 hun. John Wininsko. Wininsko right side, 1462 the dial. Team South Mountain in the truck. And Todd Menard, left side. Menard to the Jamesville, New York. That's a Dragway runner, 1284, going to be leaving second. You could just like pick that little S10 in the back of the truck in the right lane. Looks like a Hot Wheels going down the racetrack right now. Todd Menard turns it green. John Wininsko absolutely nailed the tree. 13 up front and on a dual breakout. Wininsko's machine is going to be closer, 1458 on the 62. And Team South Mountain's going to pick up a round win there. Nikki Adams right side now, dials in at 1325. South Mountain runner takes on Jeff Feeler out of Maple Grove. Pennsylvania-based Duster, dialed at 1164. Thou going to separate him at the starting line and the finish line. It's going to be 29 thou. Margin of victory for Jeff Feeler, the Maple Grove entry. 1173 off the 1164 at 96 miles an hour. Jeff Feeler's in a round number 2 of Sportsman this morning. Next up, Adam Warner and Marshall Wardrope. Wardrope right side, South Mountain entry. 1419 the dial takes on Maple Grove's Adam Warner out of Reading with the El Camino. 1182 on the top end scoreboard, leaving second. Another green light matchup here. Warner down the left side. Wardrope out in front. Here comes the El Camino. Close it in. Watch the front end drop over on one of them. It's going to be a wind light left-hand side for Adam Warner. Maple Grove's going to pick up another point. 1187 off the 1182 at 106 miles an hour. Wardrope was late in 125. Doug Wardrope right side. South Mountain runner out of Dillsburg, Pennsylvania. 1342 the dial in. And David Toms alongside. 1201 the ET prediction there for the dart. And Team Mason-Dixon. Here comes the dart. David Toms giving chase left side. They are virtually identical here at the starting line. And the win light by 14 thou. David Toms is 39 up front and 1205. 4 above at 97 miles an hour. David Toms and Mason-Dixon grabs the round win there. Steven Seelman right side. 1310 the dial with a Pontiac Firebird takes on Justin Brusso alongside the Lebanon Valley runner out of Massachusetts with the Camaro. Down in 1157. Seelman for Esther Dragway with the Pontiac to GM products are head-to-head here. Justin Brusso, Steve Sealman pass 1,000 foot. 1 thou separate them at the starting line, and this one's going to be determined on a breakout. Brusso is going to go 11:54.6 on the 57. Steve Sealman's going to be your winner, and Team Esther Dragway is into the next round with that sportsman entry. Ed Franks and John Goldman. John Goldman, right side, has the Ford Escape down in at 16:58. Another one of the Esther Dragway runners, and for Island Dragway, Ed Franks in 11:81 with that Chevrolet Camaro. John Goldman way out and down course. Now here comes Ed Franks. Can Ed Franks have enough real estate to get there? That's going to be the Camaro left side. Your winner, 17 green, 11.95 off the 11.81 at 92 miles an hour. Goldman was 0.96 and 16.66 off the 16.58 for the loss. Julian Wise right side, 11.53 the dial in, the Mason-Dixon runner, and Lewis Hahn alongside. Hahn has the 86 model Monte Carlo there for Lebanon Valley, and at 11.90 leaving first. All right, drivers in the lanes, you got to stay with your cars, please. Drivers got to stay with your cars. Our staging crew is asking if you could stay with your car. That would be fantastic. Please. So the little A-board kind of took flight there with the wind this morning. So Lewis Hahn and Jillian Wise going to roll back into the pre-stage beam once again. Wind light there, right side by 8 thou, Jillian Wise. Going to be 11.61 off the 11.53. Patrick Conway now, left side, out of New Jersey. The Malibu's dialed in at 12.29 for Island Dragway. Cicrietta, right side. Maple Grove runner down to 11.54. And the wind light's going to come on right side. It's David, 19 up front, 11.54 dead one to be 20 total. And Team Maple Grove's going to grab the round win there. Steve Sealman now, right-hand side. That's going to be the Corvette. Down is in at 13.42 for Esther Dragway, and Joe Clark alongside the Numidia Dragway runner for the entry out of Sunbury, Pennsylvania, 11.74 on the top end scoreboard. Fourth owl red this morning for Joe Clark. It's going to be Steve Sealman. 23 up front, and the Corvette is going to run on down to a 13.54 run off the 13.42 at 99 miles an hour. Bob Levers now, left side. Island Dragway. Comes the Easton, Pennsylvania 2012 Corvette, dialed in at 1268, takes on Dave Harvey. Team Atco out of Barrington, New Jersey. Duster right side, 1197 on the top end scoreboard. They're both clean and green. Top into the racetrack we go. Wind light's going to appear here on a dual breakout for Dave Harvey. 1195 at 106 miles an hour was 30 at the starting line. Levers was 90 and 1259.6 on the 68 at 112. Rocco Saccone now, right side. Lebanon Valley entry, 1265 the dial in. Takes on Brandon Wenzel. Running for Team Maple Grove out of Pennsylvania. Has the pickup truck out and away at 1780. So the Mustang chasing down the big old pickup truck. Hands are in the air. Let's see who's going to turn on the wind light. It's going to be left-hand side and Team Maple Grove, 1796 on the 1780. 66 up front. Saccone was 56 and breaks out, taking over 2/10 of stripe. Going to go 1259 on the 1265. Steve English, right side, 1198 the dial in. Yes, the Dragway entry out of Vernon Center, New York, And Mike Mackey's entry, 1154 on the top end scoreboard. Team Numidia, left side of Ellisburg, Pennsylvania, comes the Mustang. Mike Mackey, Steve English, the matchup here. They both going to turn it green. Mike Mackey's looking over his right shoulder. He's thinking, yep, I have this one on the starting line. I have this one at the other end. 14 up front, takes 60 to be. 57 on a 54. Mike Mackey, your winner, and Team Numidia grabs a point there. Next up, Russ Wilbur and Paul Warner. Paul Warner left side, he's got the wagon. The Maple Grove runner is dialed in 1160 from Sinking Springs, Pennsylvania. And Russ Wilbur alongside. Team Lebanon Valley, 1290 on the top end scoreboard, right side. So the wagons are going to do battle here. They're out of the gate, both going to turn it green. Russ Wilbur looking back, trying to find that Malibu wagon of Russ Warner. They close into the finish line, and it's going to be Paul Warner left side. Team Maple Grove grabs this one, 1161, one above. Russ Wilbur was better off the starting line, being 16 green, but goes 1289 on the 90, taking 79 at the finish line. Jim Berry now, right side. Team Mason Dixon out of Maryland, down at 1243, and Joe Koss for Lebanon Valley and the Burlington, Connecticut-based Oldsmobile, down in at 1270. Jim Berry turns it green, but Joe Koss is going to be better at 28 and the finish line. It's Joe Koss on a dual breakout, 1252 on the 1270. For Team Lebanon Valley, and Jim Berry is going to be 1219 off the 1243. Both were way under here this morning. 58 Maple Grove, we need you to your car immediately, please. 58 Maple Grove, we need you to your car immediately in the staging lanes. Got to stay with our cars in the lanes, folks, please. If we could stay with our car in the staging lanes, that's what we're there to do. We're there to obviously race. We got to stay with our car. We understand everybody wants to watch their teammates, but it holds the process up to move the lanes forward. Rick Converse and David Myers. The wind light's going to come on there right side. True start takes effect. And David Myers and Mason Dixon, is going to grab the round win. Camaro is going to go 12:48 on the 12:65. Don Palm Sr. now. Right side, Dow's in 11:52, and Dave Razor alongside. Razor at 13:25. Your attention to the pit area, please. We're going to make the call for pro odd number competitors, lanes 1 and 2, round 1. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Pro odd number, round 1 to lanes 1 and 2, please. Pro round 1, odd number competitors, lanes 1 and 2. So David Razor, Team Maple Grove left side. And New England Dragway's Don Palm out of the gate, turns it green. It's a drag race to the top of the racetrack. The Valiant, 19 up front, and a dual breakout's going to decide this one. Don Palm is going to be closer, 11:49 off the 11:52. Razor was 40 on the tree and going 13:18 on the 13:25 at 99. Reggie Whitson right side. Island Dragway entry, 12:38 the dial-in, takes on John Northup there for Numidia. Pennsylvania-based Camaro. Northup in at 12:91, leaving first. $14,000 advantage going to John Northup and the Camaro, and a dual breakout's going to be closer. Team Numidia Dragway is going to be your winner here. 12:84 on the 12:91 gets the job done. Reggie Whitson was 12:27 off the 12:38. Cody Roberts now, right side. Team Mason Dixon dialed in 11:63, and Dylan Biondo there for Numidia out of Queens, New York in 11:95. With that, Pontiac pulling up left side. Dylan Biondo, Cody Roberts closing in on the top end of the racetrack. It's Team Numidia left, Team Mason Dixon right, and it's going to be Cody Roberts, your winner. 35 up front, was holding 6th thou and goes 11:67 on the 11:63. Biondo was 11:93, breakout taking 59 thou. Next up, Kelly Fleming, right side. Mason Dixon runner out of Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. 12:48 on the top end scoreboard, and Zach Golly. Esta Dragway, Syracuse, New York. Dials at 18:69 with that Nova. Red light right side by 1 thou for Kelly Fleming. Zach Golly was 008. Nailed the tree this morning off the 18:69. It's going to be 18:21 at 72. Chuck Sanders left side. Team Atco down at 12:61 takes on Brittany Jones. The South Mountain runner out of York Haven, Pennsylvania. It's Ford versus Chevrolet. Purple and red machines are down course. Wind light is going to come on here for Chuck Sanders. Team Atco at 12:56 on the 12:61 is going to the next round. CJ Ketterer now, left side. Team Maple Grove out of Sellersville, Pennsylvania. Has the Maverick down in 11:53, and Mike Murphy. 14 flat on the top end scoreboard for Team South Mountain. Better at the starting line and better at the finish line. CJ Ketterer is going to be your winner, 11:58 off the 11:53 and 17 green. Mike Murphy was 30 here at the starting line and breaks out, taking over a 10th, 13:85 off the 14 flat. Next up, Scott Samoker. Samoker left side, Lebanon Valley, the Dover Plains, New York entry, dialed in 11:83, and Don Cassie. Thompson, Connecticut, Team New England Dragway, 11:53. We're just going to apologize once again. There are going to be names we're going to mess up. We're trying our best. That's all we can do. You get one weekend out of the year to get everybody's names right that's on the property, and it just sometimes doesn't play in your favor. So we're not doing it on purpose. Scott Samoker is going to be your winner, 11:80 off the 11:83 on a dual breakout. Team Lebanon Valley grabs one there. Dan right side was 11:50 off the 11:53, getting there first by 8 thou. Emily Sabo, right-hand side of the racetrack now. Team Canada down at 11:98, and Bruce Suiters for South Mountain in the Shippensburg, Pennsylvania Duster at 11:75, leaving second. They both going to turn it green. Closing in on the finish line. This one is going to go on a dual breakout to Emily Sabo. And Team Canada is going to go 11:97.9, under by 1 thou to go into the next round in Sportsman. We have called odd number pro competitors, odd number pro cars. Lanes 1 and 2 to the lanes, please. Attention to the pits, odd number pro competitors, lanes 1 and 2 to staging. Debbie Boyer, right side, 12:03 the dial in for Team South Mountain, and Dave Klein alongside. Mason Dixon runner at 12:62. Got the big old pickup truck. Turns it green. Yeah, Debbie Boyer pulls up alongside just at the 8th mile. Is going to have to start backing into this one, hopefully. And it's going to be 12 flat off the 12:03. Breakout there for Debbie, but was closer, taking a 10th and a half at the finish line stripe. Stephen Baker now, right side, out of Milford, New Jersey. Has the Camaro. The second gen entry is dialed in 11:90 for Island Dragway at Norman Eisenhart. South Mountain runner, Pennsylvania based. El Camino in it, 13:19. Eisenhart out in front, but here comes Stephen Baker. That green Camaro was 004 and 11:97 off the 11:90, taking 12 thou to be your round winner. Nice run, Stephen Baker, your winner. So right now, Team Mason Dixon and Maple Grove are tied at 12. Next up, it's going to be Joe McLaughlin. McLaughlin left side, 13:18 the dial for Team Maple Grove out of Pottstown, Pennsylvania with the Malibu. And James Romagna. Romagna, Island Dragway, and Old Bridge, New Jersey. Comes that third gen Chevrolet. 11:85 the dial. Close it in on the finish line. Windlight is going to come on left side by 82 thou. Joe McLaughlin, 53 up front and 13:20 on the 18, 2 above, gets the round win. Patsy Emmett now, left-hand side with the Pontiac, dials in at 12:93 for Team Atco. And Gerard Hamlick for Numidia Dragway, the local runner of Hampton Bay, New York. So Gerard Hamlick drives over 4 hours to run here at Numidia on a weekly basis. Think about that one. 4 hours to go bracket racing on the weekends. That's dedication right there. And then I think about living 10 minutes from National Trail. Wow. Gerard Hamlick turns it green. Patsy Hammond way out in front. The Pontiac trying to hold on. Think I can. I think I can. Not going to happen. 12:87 on the 12:93 breakout. for Patsy Hammond, who had a big starting line advantage, was 34 up front. Hamlick was 60 and goes 11.68 off the 11.60 and jumped on the brakes and said, hey, you can take all the stripe you want. So Team Numidia picks up a round win there. All right, even number pro cars to the staging lanes, please. Even number pro cars, we need you to the staging lanes. Lindsey Holman right side and Joe Marino alongside. It's Island Dragway left, Maple Grove right. Who's going to grab the round win here? We're about to find out. 003 up front and an 11.68 off the 11.53. Joe Marino is going to be your winner. Anthony Picone now, left-hand side of the racetrack. Picone for Island Dragway. 1181 going to be leaving second in Clifford Bray. Bray from Yardley, Pennsylvania has the Corvette for Team Atco. Clifford Bray is behind by 100 at the starting line, and on a dual breakout, Clifford Bray is going to be your winner. Anthony Picone takes a 10th and a half stripe down there, goes 11.74 off the 11.81, 12.98 off the 13 flat for Clifford Bray. So the Corvette, Team Atco, is going to grab a win there. John Dixon now, right side. Beautiful little Nova, the 66 model out of Rockaway, New Jersey for Island Dragway, 11.73, and Eddie Beadler for South Mountain in at 11.52 with the Mustang. Top of the racetrack they go. Win light right side by 6 thou. That's the closest margin of victory of the round so far. John Dixon's 49 up front, 11.75 off the 11.73 for Island Dragway, and Eddie Beadler's going to be 62 and 11.53, one above. Can't get there. Next up, Mitch Spears, left side. Island Dragway at 14.05, and Caleb Klein alongside. Mason Dixon runner at 11.50. Brake lights right side, wind light right side. 11.53, Caleb Klein's going to be your round winner. Mitch was 13.96 off the 14.05, taking almost 2/10 at the finish line. Mike Fornwalt for Team Numidia with the buy run, and this is going to officially end out Sportsman round number 1. We need all of pro, odd and even number competitors in pro, all cars, all drivers in pro into the staging lanes, please. So Mike Fornwalt. Camaro here at 11.95. We're going to go over the point standings here in just a moment, so everybody hang tight on that. We'll make the announcement on where our point stands. Fornwalt's 10 on the buy run here. So your Race of Champions winner, Mike Fornwalt's going to go 11.86 off the 11.95. Quick this morning at 111 miles an hour. So we look at our point standings. Maple Grove is currently number 1. Tied with Mason Dixon. Both are with 13 points. Numidia Dragway is 2 with 12. Island Dragway with 10. New England Dragway 9. Atco is at 8. Esta is at 6. South Mountain 6 as well. Lebanon Valley with 4, and Team Canada with 1. We're going to move into round number 1, Pro Eliminator, right now. First pair up in Pro, right side, it's going to be A.J. Meyer. Down in at 10 at 28 for Team Esta Dragway. 1176 there for Robert Ormsby. And the Maple Grove Camaros out of the gate. Officially underway in Pro Eliminator. Top of the racetrack they go, and the win light's going to come on here left side, and Team Maple Grove's going to pick up this one. Continues their winning ways this morning. 1180 on the 1176 and 21 up front. Breakout there for A.J. Meyer. 1021 on the 1028. Next up, Paul Cole, right side. That's going to be the Mustang for South Mountain down in 1116 and Dan Walleye. Running Pennsylvania, Maple Grove comes the AMX in at 1090. Beautiful wheels up leave. That was a wheel stand of the weekend for Dan Walley down the left-hand side of the racetrack. Can he turn on a win light? We're about to find out. Not going to happen, but it was a way cool wheel stand. Paul Cole, 47 up running, 1116 dead 4 is going to be your winner. South Mountain into round number 2 here in Pro. Next up, Mark Harbaugh. Harbaugh right side. Mason Dixon runner, 1010 the dial, and Nelson Beloit. Yeah, Nelson Belot left side, 878. Messed that one up a little bit, but trying to redeem ourselves right now. Lebanon Valley entry. One of the quickest cars in the Pro category. It's 8-second ride, and it leaves so smooth. Watch this thing. Thou red there for Nelson. Mark Hallbar was perfect here at the starting line, and 10:06 on the 10:10. Team Mason Dixon picks up a round win there. Mason Dixon and Maple Grove are battling it out for the top spot right now, both with 14. Al Meyer right side. 984 is going to be the dial in for the Camaro for Esta Dragway, and Martin Flegel is going to be alongside the Maple Grove runner. Down in at 952. That is an absolutely beautiful Nova. Nova is going to catch the Camaro right about now because Martin Flegel has a big-time advantage here at the starting line, and Flegel goes dead 3 to be your round winner. A.J. Meyer breaks out, 91 up front and 972 off the 984 at 135. Chris Corleone, right side. 1021 the dial, takes on Pete Bushnell. Lebanon Valley runner out of Connecticut with the Camaro. Corleone, Syracuse, New York. Chevrolet. Leaves there. Here comes the Camaro. Pete Bushnell, 007 on a dual breakout. It's going to be closer, 923 off the 926 at 139. Team Lebanon Valley picks up a round win there. Tim Vaught, right side. Numidia Dragway runner, down at 1044. Joe Valencia, South Mountain runner there for the New Oxford, Pennsylvania based. Entry in at 1010. Better on the starting line, left side. Better at the finish line, left side, Joe Valencia. And South Mountain picks up the round win at 10:17 at 131 miles an hour. Gearhart and Jonathan Gagnon. Wind light comes on here at the starting line, left side for Jonathan Gagnon and Team Lebanon Valley. Troy Gearhart missed it by 3 thousandths, but Gagnon was 005 and goes 10:34 out the 10:33. Ed McKinchy, left side, Lebanon Valley entry. In the S10, 924 the dial, and Kyle Murray alongside. Murray is dialed in at 10:33 for New England. Red light by 8 thou for Ed. Kyle's going to pick up the round win, 27 up front. And on the 10:33, it's going to be 10:20 at 130 miles an hour. Rich Panicaro, right side. Team Atco dialed in at 10:55, takes on Randy Alloway. Alloway, the South Mountain-based Red Lion, Pennsylvania. Camaro is in at 10:15. Panicaro is 46 and behind. Randy Alloway is going to be a round winner by 7 thou. 10:25 above. Takes the round win there. George Goodwin, 1097 the dial in right side for Team New England Dragway. And Jake Lipke for Team Esta, left side out of New York. Comes the Camaro over there in the left lane, 11:28. Gonna be leaving first. George Goodwin was moving around down low. I don't know if he's gonna have enough real estate to get there or not. It's going to be Jake Lipke, 11:37 off the 11:28 to the 11:54 off the 10:97. George Goodwin's Chevrolet Camaro down the right side. Next up, Bob Bates, Team Atco, out of New Jersey with the Nova down in at 9:04. Jim Schmidbauer, Lebanon Valley Nova in at 10:36. It's the battle between the Chevrolet Novas here. Better at the starting line, Schmidbauer. Better at the other end, it's going to be Jim Schmidbauer. 10:38 grabs the round win for Team Lebanon Valley at 125 miles an hour. Bob Bates was 9:06 on the 9:04, but was tardy here at the starting line. Jimmy Rexitato and Paul Stravinsky. Team Numidia is going to pick up a win by 7 thou, 9:14, 4 above. In the next round, he will go. Next up, Keith Gibbons, left side. That's going to be the Camaro. Down in at 1088 for Team New England Dragway. And Howard Roberts. He's got the second gen yellow machine out of New York. Team Eston at 1019, leaving second. Thousandths are going to separate these two drivers at the starting line, and the win light's going to come on right side. 10:23 on the 10:19 by 8 thou. Howard Roberts and Team Est is going to be your round winner there. Randy Brunewall. Brunewall left side, Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania for Team South Mountain in at 10:54. 960 on the top end scoreboard there for George Correa. Correa, Team New England. It's a unique machine right there. Right side. BMW 325i. Top end of the racetrack they go, and the win light's going to be on the left side. Randy Brunewall and Team South Mountain 009 at 10:55 off the 54 at 123 gets the round win. Paul Northrup, left side. Numidia Dragway Camaro dialed in at 950. And Jonathan Londino. For Mason Dixon, 11:20 out of the way. Mustang right side, Camaro left side. Better at the starting line, Northup, and it's going to be Paul Northup at the other end. 958, 8 above, taking 21 thou to be your round winner. Jeff Krasinski's Camaro was a bad dude last night. Went to the final in the dragster, and that machine sitting over there on the right side in the Gamblers race. And Josh Hicks coming up for New England Dragway out of Massachusetts in a 10:62. Red light by 12 thou. Josh Hicks and Jeff Krasinski and Team Numidia is going to be your round winner. Krasinski was 12 up front and runs here at 9:14 on the 920 at 144. Christina Clark and Thomas Monty. Monty left side in the duster there for Team Atco in at 10:70, 10:66 for the New England Dragway runner out of East Bridgewater, Massachusetts for Christina Clark. It's an all Mopar matchup right here. Better at the starting line, Thomas Monty, and the win light for Monty, 10:72. And Team Atco is going to be your winner there. Christina Clark was late at 0:97 and 10:73 off the 10:66. Mike Chronister, right side, the South Mountain runner out of East Berlin, Pennsylvania, 998 on the top end scoreboard for the Mustang, takes on Dennis Boyle, the Lebanon Valley Duster from Beacon, New York, 10:10. Prediction there for Dennis Boyle. They close into the finish line, 25 thou advantage going left side and on a dual breakout. Dennis Boyle is going to be your winner. 10:09.7 on the 10:10 gets Boyle into round number 2. Robert Smith, Maple Grove runner in the Nova right side. And Mike LaRose. Mike LaRose in 10:29, going to be leaving first with that 74 model Dart from West Monroe, New York. Yes, a Dragway competitor. Flickers the bottom bulb on there for both. This pair is set to go. One might pack it in the air. We're about to find out. Wheels up lead for Michael Rose, sets it down. He's green. Robert Smith gives chase down the right-hand side of the racetrack. Better at the starting line is Robert Smith, and it's going to be Smith at the other end. 10-18, 8 hun above, taking 3 thou. Team Maple Grove stacks another one on the win list. So we're going to give you a points update here in just a moment. Once again, drivers, you got to remain with your car in the staging lanes, please. All drivers in the staging lanes, remain with your cars, please. All right, we're going to give a points update. Maple Grove is currently leading with 16. Numidia Dragway second at 15. Mason-Dixon is third at 14. And 3 tracks are tied at 10. That's going to be Island Dragway, New England Dragway, and South Mountain Raceway, all with 10. Atco's with 9. Estes with 8. Lebanon Valley has 8. Team Canada with 1 down there in the number 10 spot. Next up, Darius Winiger, left side. South Mountain Runner down at 1069 takes on Robert Peroted. On the 1103, Robert's going to be 1101. It's going to be a dual breakout, and Darius Winiger is going to be closer. Team South Mountain picks up one there. 1068-9 under by a thou into the next round is that machine. Dave Harvey now, right-hand side, coming out of Atco, New Jersey. Of course, for Team Atco there, the Valiant. Be leaving first. Takes on Bob Loans with the Nova. Team New England, 1021 on the top edge scoreboard for the Chevrolet. Loans' Nova has stalled once, had to restart it. He brings up the RPMs before he's even in the pre-stage beam, apparently to keep it running. Stages right away, unlike Loans' machine. Yeah, Bob Loans was thrown off by that without a doubt, unfortunately. Dave Harvey is 14 up front. Finish line stripe, it's going to be Harvey 1101 off the 1083 as Bob Loans was having problems at the starting line. Unfortunately, was 165 up front and goes 1033 off the 1021 at 126. Team captains, make sure to come up and grab the high school ladder if you have not already done so. Chris Cassidy, right side. Team Island Dragway at 956 takes on Jason Hemingway. That's the Lebanon Valley Chevrolet Camaro left side in at 1008. Wind light comes on left side. Jason Hemingway was 42 up front and 1010 on the 1008 at 120 miles an hour. Cassidy was late, being 80 and going 956 dead zero. Now Brian Davison, right hand side of the racetrack. That's the Chevrolet Camaro down in at 1067 for Island Dragway. And Todd Thoman, South Mountain Runner from York, Pennsylvania, 981 on the scoreboard for Todd Thoman. Top into the racetrack. The wind light is going to appear right side by 19 thou. Brian Davidson's going to be 21 up front and 1070 off the 1067. Thoman was 31 going by the tree and 985 off the 981 for the loss. Scott Embley, right hand side now, the Island Dragway based. Chevelle, 939 the dial. Christopher Gonier for Team Atco. Jamesburg, New Jersey. Truck and a 999. Red light by 13 thou for Christopher. Scott Embley is going to be your round winner, 55 up front, and off the 939, it's going to be 936 at 141. Brian Lind and Bill Hood. The matchup coming to the starting line now. Left-hand side, that's Bill Hood for Team Atco. 11:37 the dial-in takes on Brian Lind. Camaro, Team Mason-Dixon. 966. Two thou red for Brian Lind, right side. Bill Hood's going to be your round winner. 26 up front, and off the 11:37, it's going to be 11:35 at 118. Mark Price now. Numidia Dragway runner at Collegeville, Pennsylvania. Mustang right side down at 912, and Terry Benton out of Parkland, New Jersey, has the Pontiac down at 1106. Good drag race right here. The Pontiac left side, the Ford right side, and this one's going to go to the Mustang of Mark Price and Team Numidia. 007 and 912, dead 9. Tony Bonanno left side. Mason-Dixon entry out of Mount Airy, Maryland with the Chevelle. That is a beautiful ride. Chevelle SS down at 1007, and Bill Wackerman brings up the Camaro. Team Island Dragway, 11:10 on the top end scoreboard. Wackerman's behind up at the starting line, being 83. Bonanno is going to be 16 up front, and 10:04 dual breakout. Tony Bonanno and the Chevelle is going to be closer. Robert Zetterberg now, left side out of Great Meadows, New Jersey, with the Monte Carlo for Team Island Dragway. 9:52 the dial in for Zetterberg and Neil Cromwell. Team South Mountain, 10:35 the dial, right side. Yeah, your win light, Zetterberg, 21 up front at 9:53. Team Island is going to grab the win there. Next up, Seth Watts, left side. That's the Malibu out of New Hampshire for Team New England Dragway. 10:14 the dial, and Robert Mullaney. Mullaney's Nova coming up at 9:57 from Mays Landing, New Jersey. Team Atco over there on the right-hand side. Gate, green lights a pair. Better at the starting line, Bob Mullaney. Better at the finish line, it's going to be Mullaney. 960 off the 957, 3 above gets the round win. Seth Watts was 59 here at the starting line and goes 10-11 off the 1014 at 120 miles an hour. Next up, David Gibbons. Team New England, left side. Chevrolet Camaro out of Massachusetts, dial 1002 for Gibbons, and Andrew Bracudo for Team Island Dragway, the South Plainfield, New Jersey-based Pontiac, in at 1074, leaving first. They're both going to turn it green. We got ourselves a drag race to the top end of the racetrack. Better off the starting line, David Gibbons. Better at the finish line, it's going to be Gibbons. 10:02, dead 0 to be 18 total, and Team New England picks up a round win there. Jack Alloway now, left-hand side out of Columbus, New Jersey for Team Atco. 1076 the dial takes on John D. Balso. Balso at 1062. 15th dial red for the Camaro for John De Balso. Jack Alloway goes into the next round. 976, dead 2 to be 22 total. Right side takes on Bob DeYoung. It's Lebanon Valley left, Maple Grove right. Who's it going to be into the next round? This one's going to go to Jamie. 940 off the 939 and 28 up front gets the round win in the Camaro. Walter Morgan out of Clark Summit, Pennsylvania. Team Numidia Dragway. And Chris Witowski. Witowski from Maple Grove has the S10 on the right side. Yeah, Chris Wachowski just entered in the computer wrong here in the CompuLink timing system. So Chris Wachowski is going to break out 11:35 and the 11:36. Win light there for Walter Morgan to the left side, 10:20 at 126 miles an hour. Mark Price, right side at Collegeville, Pennsylvania, 960 at the dial with that beautiful Mustang. Takes on Robert Reinhardt for Team Maple Grove out of Allentown, 1032 left side. Wind light left side, 1035 for Reinhardt at 123 miles an hour. Brad Northup now. Running for Team Atco in the Mustang at 1015 and Stephen Knight alongside, 1067 the dial for Team New England. .32 thou red for Northup, and Stephen Knight's going to be your winner. 1065 off the 1067 at 122. Mike Haynes now, left side, the Allentown, Pennsylvania-based Malibu, down in at 1019, takes on Sean Nichols in at 1003 at Marlboro, Connecticut. Mustang right side. Better at the starting line is Sean Nichols, and better at the other end is going to be Mike Haynes. 10:20 on the 10:19, 36 up front. Sean was 21 going by the Christmas tree, but takes 35 thou on the breakout. Callie Klein, I should say. Callie left side out of Pennsylvania for Team Mason-Dixon. And Joe Dedrick alongside the Maple Grove runner. The Camaro for Dedrick hit at 8:58, 10:38 for Klein. behind. Here comes Joe Dedrick, 18 up front, and on a dual breakout, Dedrick's going to be closer. Maple Grove gets through the round there in that pair. So Maple Grove currently leading with 19, Numidia Dragway second, Mason Dixon third, Island Dragway with 13, Atco Raceway is with 13 as well. New England with 12, South Mountain with 11, Lebanon with 9, Esta with 8, and Team Canada with 1. Chris Lofgren, right side, 9:47 the dial, and Lou Dre are going to be alongside in at 9:25. South Mountain left side, Lebanon Valley right side. Wind light is going to come on here for Chris Lofgren. Another dual breakout affair. Lofgren's closer, 9:46 off the 47. Into the next round goes the Nova. Camaro left side, that's going to be Randy Shiley for Team Numidia. Camaro in at 9:18. Matt Consiglio from Rome, New York, brings up the Nova. Team Esta in at 10:65. Red light by 96 there for Randy. Consiglio is going to be 008, and on the 1065, it's going to be 1056 at 125. Into the next round goes the Nova. Next up, Laney Barber. Team Atco left side. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania comes the 1067 dial in for the Dark Knight. And Jake Kinar alongside. Jake Kinar from Maple Grove in the Boyertown, Pennsylvania. Chevelle in an 875. Kinar, 34 up front with a round win as Barber turns it red by 23 thou. Team Maple Grove, Jake Kinar at 869 off the 875 at 149. Herb Wagner now, right-hand side of the racetrack down on an 898. And Terry Updegraff alongside, South Mountain runner for Updegraff, 973, going to be leaving first. Light's going to come on here. Left side by 16 thou. Terry Updegraff was 50 and holding 7 thou at the starting line and goes dead 2 to be 52 total. Herb Wagner was 899 on the 898, one above at a $150. David Myers. Right side and 1107. Tom Scrifnano in at 1104. Team Numidia out of Middletown, New Jersey. And the Westminster, Maryland. Malibu there for David Myers, going to pick up the round win. Scrifnano was 003 red, and David Myers was 276 here at the starting line. Wow. David Myers, your winner for Team Mason-Dixon. 1116 on the 1107. Calcor, your best appearing car, right side. And Myerstown, Pennsylvania. Team Numidia, 1038 the dial, takes on the Mason-Dixon runner, Steve Long, with the Mustang. These are two absolutely beautiful race cars, side by side. 1069, 1038 the dials. We're going to find out who's going to go into round number 2 in pro out of this pair. One thou separated about the starting line and the finish line. It's going to be Steve Long. 10:69.9 to be 30 total. Breakout for Cal Core. 10:37 off the 38, taking 18 thou. And Team Mason-Dixon is going to pick up the round win there. Your attention to the pit area, please. Super Pro odd number cars to lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Pro odd number round 1. Super Pro odd number competitors into lanes 3 and 4, round 1, please. Roger Bard, left side. South Mountain Runner in at 10:32 takes on Team Estes, Christina Hubbard, and the Mustang. Christina Hubbard out of the gate. Mustang's out in front. Here comes the Chevrolet first-gen Camaro, and the win light's going to come on for Roger Bard. 10:33 off the 32, take 3 thou. Hubbard breaks out 63.8 on the 65. Kyle Conway now, 10:09 the dial in for the New Jersey-based Duster for Team Island Dragway, and John Mazzota. Mazzota, New England runner, Massachusetts, 10:07, Nova right side. Mazzota is behind Kelly Conway, ahead being 15 up front and 10:14 on the 10:09. Kelly Conway is going to be your winner there for Team Island Dragway. Next up, Terry Lee and James Moore, the Maryland-based Mustang left side for Team Mason-Dixon and James Moore. 10:01 leaving first, Terry Lee, 9:62. Mustang right side, Team Esta Dragway. We look at the point standings right now. Maple Grove starting to pull ahead, being 20 on the leaderboard. Numidia second with 18. Mason-Dixon with 17. Island is at 14. Pair of Mustangs out of the gate, passing the 8th mile mark, 1,000 foot. This one's going to be decided to the starting line, though. Terry Lee was 66 thou red. James Moore was 008 and 10 flat on the 10:01 at 132 miles an hour. Next up, Mike Franick, left side. Franick's machine there for Island Dragway at 10:17, and Wayne Seavey. Try that one, right? Seavey, 10:50. Excuse me, 10:50. 11:53 the dial for the Mustang for Team New England. All right, your attention to the pit area, please. We are needing a aromatic A1000 electric fuel pump. An aromatic A1000 electric fuel pump. We have a racer in need. Tim DiOrio is in need of that. You can get that to a team member, but Tim DiOrio is in need of a Aeromotive A1000 electric fuel pump. He is a Super Pro competitor. We have just called Super Pro to the lanes, and the electric fuel pump decided to, stop working here this morning. What an inconvenient time to do so. So if we can help out a racer in need, Tim DiOrio is in need of a Aeromotive A1000 electric fuel pump. You see Shelby out there or another team member, or you know where they are pitted at, take care of that. Jeff Doster and Wyatt Quibicki now. Vicky left side. 27 up front. Going to be your round winner, the Mustang. 9:43 off the 9:43 to be dead 5. Foster, 10:19 dead 1 in the way due to the reaction time. Butch Weinrich left side. Team Mason Dixon down in 11:06 takes on Cam Murray. New England Dragway runner. Valari in at 11:04. Once again, we have a racer in need. Parts call. Attention to the pit area. Attention to the pits. Parts call. Tim DiOrio is in need of an Aeromotive A1000 electric fuel pump. If anybody has a Aeromotive A1000 electric fuel pump, please stop over there and see if you can help Tim DiOrio out. Single here. Cam Murray unfortunately is going to be leaking on the starting line. They had to push him off. So the Maryland-based entry there for Weinrich is going to run on down 11:19 off the 11:06 and was perfect on the comp single. Look at that. Smith and John Crutchfield. Crutchfield, 9:37 the dial to the 9:56 of Bill Smith. Top into the racetrack. Win light's going to come on. Left side. John Crutchfield, 48 up front at 9:38 off the 37. A lot of smoke down there at the top end. So we're going to do a quick look at the top end. Bill Smith, a lot of smoke out of the Pinto. right, so here comes Mike LaRose, left side. As to Dragway out of West Monroe, New York, with a Roadster 913 on the top end scoreboard. And Anthony Petro alongside the Lebanon Valley runner from Connecticut. Ford Mustang in at 10:39 there for DePietro. No way. Mike LaRose drove that thing all over the racetrack and never was one a lift. He was trying to get there. They were both 13 up front. Mike LaRose nearly wadded that thing up, and he said, I'm not giving up. 9:38 off the 13, and he can't get there, unfortunately. DePietro is 10:47 off the 10:39. Grant Nichols, LG, right side. 982 the dial-in takes on Mike Mackey. Mike Mackey's entry, 10:52. Leaving first, it's Numidia left. First is Lebanon right. Mike Mackey breaks out, 10:50 on the 52, take it 82 at the stripe. LG Nichols is going to be in 985 off the 982 at 132 miles an hour, your round winner. Next up, Kevin Core, left side, 10:22 the dial-in for the Numidia runner. To Myerstown, Pennsylvania, takes on Joe Henderson for New England Dragway, the Massachusetts-based Nova, in at 9:44. Even number Super Pro to the lanes, please. Attention to the pits, Super Pro competitors, odd and even. All Super Pro competitors, go ahead and bring them to the lanes. Better by 10 at the starting line and better by 1,000 the finish line. Kevin Core, your winner, 10:26 on the 10:22. Numidia picks up a round win there. David Parker now, left-hand side. That's going to be the Camaro out of New York for Team Lebanon Valley. 9:63 the dial. Takes on Todd Lipke, Team Eston at 10:12. Up, leave, red light by 6 thou for David Parker over there on the left side. Todd Lipke is going to be your winner. Team Eston is 32 up front, and Lipke is going to go 10:04 on the 10:12 114. Fred Clark and Kyle Robb, the matchup now. Kyle Robb, right side. Team Maple Grove out of Denver, Pennsylvania with the 66 model Chevy 2, 980 on the scoreboard. Takes on the 956 ET prediction for the CUDA. For Fred Clark out of East Bridgewater, Massachusetts. Rob, the A1 mulch crew, they turn it green. let's see what the Nova can bring to the table. They're holding a good amount here at the starting line. 22 up front and 980 dead 6 to be 28 total. Kyle Robb, your winner. Robert Hoffman, 1193 the dial for the South Mountain-based Camaro. And Bud McNasby. Team Atco in Hamilton, New Jersey comes the Omega. 1089 leaving second of the matchup here. .92 the win is the winning laps time there for McNasby, taking 9th out the finish line stripe. Next up, Tyler Weicker, right side. For Island Dragway, Great Meadows, New Jersey, comes the S10 dialed in at 955. Clayton Garber alongside. And at 10 flat for Team Mason-Dixon. .61 there for Tyler Weicker down the right side to be your round winner. David Harvey, right side. Team Atco, down at 1162, takes on Tanner Kutsaris. The Island Dragway entry, the S10 out of Penn Argyle, Pennsylvania. 11 flat, leaving second. Red light by 11th thou for Kutsaris. David Harvey's going to be your round winner. .1156 there for Harvey down the right side. John Heddenberg and Tom Stahl now. South Mountain left side, Island Dragway right side. Who's it going to be going into the next round in pro on a dual breakout? It's John Heddenberg. 10-21 on the 10-23 gets the round win. Once again, Super Pro, all Super Pro competitors, we need you to the lanes, please. All Super Pro cars into the lanes for round one. Faith Warner left side, 10 flat the dial in, coming out of Maryland with the Ranchero. And Denny McCloskey alongside your Jersey-based Camaro, 1053. Atco right, Mason-Dixon left, side by side in round one of pro. McCloskey out of the gate. Warner turns it green, and is ahead. 004 up front, Winlight to Faith Warner. 10:01 on the 10 flat, 124 miles an hour. Jim Shoddy with the bye run here. First gen Chevrolet coming up out of Connecticut. Team New England, 9:58 the scoreboard. On the bye for Jim Shoddy. $18 up front and $9.92 off the 9.58 for Jim Shoddy down the left side. So let's take a look at our point standings. Maple Grove is currently leading with 22. Mason-Dixon second at 20. Numidia Dragway is third at 19. Atco and Island Dragway are both tied at 16. New England sets at 14. South Mountain sets at 13. Lebanon Valley with 12. Esta with 10. And Team Canada with 1. right officially into Super Pro. Bill Wilson right side, Scott McCormick alongside. They're both out of the gate. Green lights a pair, 949 to the 961. And McCormick is going to be 008 and taking the breakout. 946 on the 49, taking 67 thou. Wilson and Team Atco is going to be your winner. John Graziano right side, 947 the dial in for Team Island Dragway. And Brian Baller alongside. And a Rome, New York. The Vega in at 1027 for Team Esta. Red light by 96 thou there for Mahler. Graziano is going to be your winner. 33 up front. And on the 947, it's going to be 951, 138 on speed. Mike Novitsky now. Right side of the racetrack, 750 the dial in. Mopar powered entry, and Randy Kraus going to be taking him on. Kraus at 793. Team Maple Grove there for Randy Kraus. South Mountain for Mike Novitsky. Winded Mopar gives chase the S&W race car, Randy Kraus. Better at the starting line is Mike Novitsky. Better at the other end, Mike Novitsky. 7:48 on the 50. Into the next round goes Novitsky. I'll tell you what, the South Mountain crew, they are happy with that. Fist pumping and everything on the starting line. That was awesome. Grant Nichols and Tom Spangler. Spangler left side. New Jersey-based Race Tech in at 751 for Team Atco. And Grant Nichols running for Lebanon Valley out of Marlboro, Connecticut. 757, 600 difference in the dials. Nichols going to be leaving first. Lights a pair. Nichols out of the gate. 13 thou advantage going to the right side, and the win light though left side by 17 thou, 754, and Tom Spangler is going to be your winner at 166. Kurt Bowers now right side. The Island Dragway. Dragster in at 797, and Carabelle Visconti 779 for Team Canada. Had some problems, I believe, last night with that dragster, and they got it fixed. So it's here in round number 1. Ready to do battle. Turner Husband's been turning on some wind lights throughout the weekend. See what they can bring to the table. One thou separate him at the starting line. At the other end, it's going to be Kurt Bowers by 5 thou. Dead 9 to be 20 total. And Island Dragway grabs a round win right there. Rich Wilk, left side. One of the Island Dragway runners takes on Terrence Sachs, Team Maple Grove. The 67 first gen Camaro, 1072. It's a healthy head start. Rich Wilk and Terrence Sachs, no breakout. It's going to be Wilk left side, 894 off the 9 flat. Into the next round goes the Oldsmobile Cutlass. Next up, Jack Rader and Ronald Grigori. It's actually going to be Grigora. 873 of the dial for the Ford Mustang. 807 there for Grader. Numidia Dragway. Gregoire. There we go. That's what we were missing. I was looking for the paper I wrote it down on yesterday. Ronald Gregoire. Turns the green. So does Jack Grader. 15 up front, and no way. Jack Grader gave up the stripe. Grader was 15. Gregoire was 167. And Jack Grader just misjudged at the finish line and gave it up. Sean Barrett and William Carroll now. Maple Grove right side in at 784. Takes on Mason Dixon, Sean Barrett. $18 up front there for Barrett, and could not get the job done at the other end. 10-8 off the 1040. William Carroll and Maple Grove is going to be your round winner. Dave Flusher, right side. In the Dave's Auto and RV. S10, 1084, and Dave Werble. Hometown runner out of Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. The M&M race car, 734. Your attention to pit area, please. Lebanon Valley. Car number 7 needs a tow at the top end. Car number 7 for Lebanon Valley needs a tow at the top end. Anybody from Lebanon Valley can help out their racer in need at the top end. That would be greatly appreciated. Dave Werble, Dave Flusher. Out of the gate they go. 3 thou advantage going to Werble, and the win light by 5 thou for Team Mason Dixon and Dave Slusher. 1084, dead 7 to be 28 total. Justin McGough, right side. Atco Dragway, South River, New Jersey comes the Nova, dialed in at 1020, takes on Matt Visconi, and at 809. Turns it green. Justin way out and down course. Here comes the dragster. Chases down the Nova. And the win light's going to be there for Matt left side. 812 on the 809. And Team Canada picks up a round win there. Justin McGough, no slouch. 825, 5 above. And that's what cost him. One tenth above the dial. Alan Carr, left side. Maple Grove runner out of Pottstown, Pennsylvania. The undercover race car. 761, and Stephanie Diamond alongside the Miller. Build entry at 746 for Team Lebanon Valley. They're out of the gate. Red light by 1 thou for Alan Carr. Stephanie Diamond Man's going to be your round winner. 7:45 at 176 miles an hour down the right side. Diamond into the next round. Bradley Doss, 1,011.55 for Team South Mountain. And Matt Recolaitis alongside Numidia Dragway in the American race car in at 7:27. Recolaitis gives chase down the right side. Doss is out in front. 10th advantage going to Matt, and it's going to be Matt Recolaitis, 7:29, 2 above in the dragster for the round win. Doss was 19 up front and 11:49 on the 11:55 breakout, taking 70. Kristen Harrison now, left side, 7:61 the dial in out of Torrington, Connecticut for Team Lebanon Valley, and Roger Lewis alongside for Team Mason-Dixon, the Bunker Hill, West Virginia Nova. Right side, Kristen Harrison in the dragster, pulls up alongside, and it's going to be Harrison. 7:60 dual breakout there, and Team Lebanon Valley grabs another one to add to the list of their wins today. Gary Carbone now, Lebanon Valley, 7:19 the dial, and Joseph Wallace alongside for Team New England Dragway out of Rhode Island. Dan Page built race car, right side. 1 light right side, Joseph Wallace, 694, 1 above. Ron Klein, left side now, the American race car, dialed in at 707 for Team Esta Dragway, and Rob Hyatt, the New England Dragway runner out of New Hampshire, at 760. Up front there for Rob Hyatt. Ron Klein, 1 foul red. Finish line, 7:56. Rob Hyatt into the next round at $1.76. Beach, right side. Gonna be your round winner, A.J. Cowing. Phil Fryer and Joseph Mealy. Win light here. Going to the left side, Phil Fryer. 10:23 on the door breakout. It's going to be close. Chrissy Clyde and Van Schroeder. Chrissy Clyde, Van Schroeder, the matchup here. 699 to the 740. Advantage going to the right side by 8 thou, and the win light by 5 10 thou. Van Schroeder into the next round for Team Numidia. Ryan Mirsky, Team Island Dragway at 965 right side is going to take on Jim Gagnon for Team Lebanon Valley out of Norfolk, Connecticut. 7:59 scoreboard left side, almost identical here at the starting line. Anybody's race at the other end, and this one by 5 thou is going to go to Jim Gagnon. 7:59 dead 5. Be 12 total. Bob Fortuna now, the Numidia Dragway runner, and the S10 down at 7:79 takes on Craig Rice in at 7:74. Tells you what, Bob Fortuna's got a quick ride there left side. Competitors should be in the lanes, please. All Super Pro competitors for round 1. All cars and all competitors, Super Pros, should be in the staging lanes. Craig Rice was perfect here at the starting line, and 7:75 gets the round win. Fortuna was 008 and 7:78.2 on the breakout, taking 11 thou. Mark Price and Mark Beaton now. Beaton left side, down at 7:75. 7:39 for Mark Price. $18 ran Mark Beaton. Mark Price is going to be your winner for Team Numidia. 52 up front and 7:39 dead 8. B60 total. Tramarte and Steve Grinnell now. Tramarte, oh man, way late at the starting line. And this one should be Steve Grinnell. He's going to be 10:26 on the 25 for the round win. Glenn Crane and Randy Wendland. Wendland, left side, for Island Dragway in the Sellersville, Pennsylvania-based Camaro in at 876. Glenn Crane at 723 alongside. Randy Wendland's going to be on the breakout there. Glenn Crane is closer on the door breakout affair. 719 on the 723 at 186. So Ben Sire right side, 917 the dial for the Atco runner. And Vince Mussolino for Team Est out of Bridgeport, New York. The Race Tech ProTrack Chevrolet at 676. Blows it in. Mussolino is going to be 670 on a dual breakout. Mussolino is closer. Saya got there first by 3 thou, goes 910 on the 917. Difference in the breakout for thou. Shane Beck and Jason Mazzata now. Mazzata right side. Team New England Dragway, 780 to the dial. Takes on Shane Beck and Team Maple Grove in at 795. Jason Mazzata, Shane Beck, go. They both turn it green. 4,000 advantage, right side for Mazzata. And this one's going to go, though, to Shane Beck by 29 thou. 796, one above, and 10 at the starting line. Get Shane Beck and Team Maple Grove the win. Jason Wilson and Bruce Fiorito. Fiorito right side at 687. We're going to New York for Team Lebanon Valley and Team Numidia for Jason Wilson. Fiorito is going to be your winner, 689, 2 above and 10 up front. Austin Yount, right side. Maple Grove runner in the Vega in a 9:46, and Dan Bell is down at 10:48. Wow, look at the wheels up leave there for Austin Yount on the back bumper, sets him down and is ahead. Can Yount turn on a win light? Yes, he can. 9:53 on the 46. Breakout for Bell. 10:44 on the 48, takes 82. William Waters right side. Team New England Dragway at 761 takes on Walt Little. South Mountain runner at 1073. Problems there for William Waters. Should be Wall Little there, just off the gas, coasting through at 11:50 at 106. Next up, this is going to be the matchup between Jeff Krasinski and Al Shaver. Al Shaver has the Dominic's Equipment Rental wagon, Team Canada. And Jeff Krasinski at 744. Jeff Krasinski, dead zero to be your round winner. Shaver breaks out, 10-24 on the 1033. Shelby Werble and Mike Fitz. Werble right side, the Numidia runner at 811. Mike Fitz at 992 for Lebanon Valley. Green light left side, green light right side. Werble the dragster gives chase. Shelby is behind. It's going to be Mike Fitz on a dual breakout. 991, 9 under by a thou to the 809, 9 on the 811. For Shelby Werble. So we look at our points. Maple Grove currently number 1 at 25. Numidia second at 24. Mason Dixon with 21. Island Dragway with 19. New England with 19. Lebanon Valley with 19. Atco's at 18. South Mountain with 15. Esta with 11. Team Canada with 2. Darlene Staub is broke in the water box, so Brian Balducci is going to get a single run, a comp single for Team Atco. Motorcycle, attention to the pit area. Round 1, motorcycle lanes 5 and 6, please. Motorcycle, round 1 lanes 5 and 6. Mark Decker and Damian DeStefano now. DeStefano, 810 the dial for South Mountain right side. And Mason Dixon, Mark Decker. Oh, DeStefano way late on the let go. Mark Decker is 38 up front, and Decker at 784 off the gas gets the round win for Mason Dixon down the left-hand lane. Next up, Jason Amy and Elise Climbs. Elise Climbs right side. Team Island Dragway, 795 the dial to the 802 for Maple Grove's Jason Amy. Climbs. Amy's going to be your winner. Jason 10 up front and going 8 flat at 164 miles an hour. Kevin Robb and Jeff Kondratic now. This is going to be a good matchup. 890 the dial for Kondratic on the stop for Team Canada, and Kevin Robb, the Maple Grove runner out of Denver, Pennsylvania, the Miller Belt race car. All right, so we just got word from our Lucas Oil Safety Safari crew at the top of the racetrack. There is a little bit of fluid, so we're going to be on hold for a moment. We're going to come on down and take a look at the shutdown area itself, figure out what kind of cleanup is needed, and we're going to go from there. So we are on hold here for a few moments. All right, so we got word from our Safety Safari crew there, as it is going to be a decent cleanup in the shutdown area as the trail goes up the hill to the turnoff. All right, so drivers there on the starting line, you can go ahead and take your helmets off, do whatever is going to be needed, as we're probably going to be down for, I would say, 15 to 20 minutes at least, as we're going to bring the Power Boss track scrubber out, hit it on the last about 200 feet of the racing surface itself, and then we have a cleanup itself in the shutdown area. So this is going to be a lengthier cleanup. We do have all of our track crew out there with the equipment to jump on it as quickly as possible to get the racing service and the shutdown dried up and back into shape once again. So if you are out in the staging lanes or whatever it may be, we have called for motorcycle into those staging lanes for round one. Super Pro competitors, you can jump out of the cars and hang tight for a minute. Just stay close to them. Like I said, we're going to be down for a minimum of 20 minutes. Team captains for each and every team. If you have not grabbed a high school ladder, please do so here on the second floor of the tower and grab your Summit participant stickers. Once again, a cleanup is underway on the top end of the racetrack. Primarily focused about 200, the last 200 feet of the racing surface itself, and then the entire shutdown. There is a small stream of liquid out there on the surface itself, but we do have our division crew and also our Numidia track crew out there with the proper equipment getting that cleaned up. And as soon as we can go back into racing once again, we will do so.
right, so the word from the top end of the track is that we're nearing the completion of our cleanup. So if you have a car in the lanes, we're going to have you return to your car. We're going to have you get ready because we're going to put a quick spray on. We're going to let the glue set up, and we're going to get back to it. So about 5 minutes.
All right, so they're going to roll back into the water box, continuing on here in Super Pro. After a little bit of a cleanup, concession stand was open. Stop on down, grab yourself something to eat, as Bob was just talking about. So this is going to bring up Jeff Kondratic and Kevin Robb, the matchup now. Austin, Maryland comes Jeff Kondratik in the Lucas Oil machine. 890 on the throttle stop there. And Kevin Robb at 691. Right side. Officially back underway. Kevin Robb is holding sixth now, and Kevin Robb is going to be 5 above to be your round winner. 696 on the 691 at 181 miles an hour. Kondratik was 26 here at the starting line and breaks out 888 on the 890, taking 70 at the finish line. Next up, Frank Berard, right side. Dials here at 770, takes on Pete Biondo, running for Team Numidia at 696, the race tech. Frank Berard for Team Lebanon Valley. Pete Biondo gives chase left side. Biondo is going to be 12 up front, and Pete Biondo at 699 takes 6th down to be your round winner. Berard was 34th, a let go, and 771 at $1.72. Next up, it's going to be Steve Grigori right side for Team New England Dragway. 767 the dial, takes on Philip Hammond. For Team Atco out of Southampton, Pennsylvania, the race tech dials at 780. Be leaving first. Steve Grigori, 17 up front, and is going to be your winner. 770 on the 767, and Team New England's going to be your round winner. Hammett was 52 and late, breaks out 78 on the 80. Next up, Lee Chronister for South Mountain at York Springs, Pennsylvania. 890 the dial in left side, and Richie Shaw alongside in the Thunderbird. Team Atco at 866 there for Shaw. Back on the wheelie bar, set him down. They're going to close in. High gear charges to the finish line stripe. And it's going to be left side there for Chronister. 897. 7 above and 17 up front. Takes 23 thou. Shaw. In the way. Mike LaRose and Todd Martin now. Mike LaRose, 843 the dial. Team Esta and Todd Martin. Island Dragway for the undercover race car out of Vernon, New Jersey. 762 left side. Red light by 5 thou. Todd Martin. Mike LaRose is going to be 12 up front and coasting down the right side. Next up, Lynn Bowie. Right-hand side of the racetrack for Team Mason-Dixon. 7:24 the dial takes on Heather Boyko and Team Numidia at 7:40. The S&W race car for Boyko turns to green. Lynn Bowie's got a whole lot to play with here. And it's 003 and 7:28, giving a few rips at the other end. To be 4 above takes 29. Vinny Domino backs up right side. Numidia Dragway, the race tech at 7:22. And Mark Orlowski for Team Atco, and at 9:94, the Vega in Levittown, Pennsylvania. Motorcycle should be in the lanes, please. Attention to the pit area, round 1 motorcycle. All motorcycle competitors should be in the lanes for round 1, please. Motorcycles, if you are not already there, you should be there. Here comes Vinny Domino. Domino is behind, 33 to a 009. Orlowski breaks out, takes 99 to be under by 1 thou. Domino was 7:29 on the 22. Went down there and shipped him at $1.71. John Dombrowski, right side for Team New England. Out of Massachusetts, 794 the dial, and Sean Ford brings up the Camaro from Vineland, New Jersey at 10:28. Team Atco, left side. Green light. Problems there left side as Sean Ford pulls over to the wall, and John Dombrowski is going to be your winner, 007 and 8:16 and 1:26. So we'll be on hold for just a moment as Sean Ford and All right, so here we go. We can bring them back to life once again. Robbie Boyd and Ray Knight. Ray Knight, 973 the dial for the Ford Mustang, comes out of Fall River, Massachusetts for New England Dragway, and Robbie Boyd there for Island Dragway. Left side, Miller-built race car. Nine thou red, Ray Knight. Robbie Boyd's 9 thou green. Top end, the Quakertown, New Jersey Miller-built race car at 778. Robbie Boyd into the next round. Steven Spencer, left side. Team Atco. The Dotson in at 907. And Dave Tenney alongside for South Mountain in the Baltimore, Maryland-based entry at 10:08. Well, problems for David Tenney. Going to be way late right side. Steven Spencer should have this one. 9:12 at 142 miles an hour. Paul Burris right side now. 790 going to be the dial in for the Nova. There for Mason Dixon. And Tom Samso alongside for Esta Dragway, the Rome, New York-based roadster, and at 9:25. Sixth thou advantage going to Paul Burris. Do a breakout, and Paul Burris is going to be closer. 789.5 on the 90. Under by 5 thou gets him the round win at 167 miles an hour. We'll look at the point standings currently as Maple Grove is number 1 at 27. Numidia is right behind at 26. Mason Dixon with 24. New England with 21. Island Dragway and Atco are tied at 20. Lebanon's at 19. South Mountains with 16. Esta with 12. And Team Canada with 2. Next up, Richie Williams and John Martin. John Martin left side. Atco Dragway, the Cream Ridge, North New Jersey. Crespin built race car at 890. 923 for Richie Williams with the Chevelle for Team Island. John Martin goes on the stop, comes off, gives chase to Richie Williams in the Chevelle. Dragster is 009. John Martin about wadded it up down there. He goes 889.7 at 146, turned it sideways. Breaks out, taking 48 thou. Nicholas Holt right side. Atco Dragway, 884 the dial, and Charlie Mule alongside for Team 11 on Valley. Mule, 729 the dial. Cleaning green, Charlie Mule gives chase to the Roadster. Advantage to Charlie Mule, win light to Mule. 739 on the 29, above by a 10th. Breakout there for Nicholas Holt. Goes 877 on the 84. Caitlin Krause. The Camaro here, the Strange Engineering and S&W race car. Entry down 1138. And Robert Domino. 699 the dial for the race deck out of Hawley, Pennsylvania for Team Numidia. If anybody wants to have a little dog training seminar, Robert Domino will be offering one. Last night I was eating dinner and Rob said, "Hey, I got the dog here. You want to take a bite with the sleeve?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Well, the dog's sleeping." Well, wake the dog up. Let's try this out. I'm just waiting on Bob to take one first to see how it goes, and then maybe I'll follow after that. Still trying to get Josh to do it. Robert Domino is shaking his head there, waiting and waiting and waiting. Caitlin Krause, 4 thou red. Domino's 24 up front at 702 off the 699. He was shaking his head, but he got the win, so got to be happy about that. I think he might have let go and thought he was red or something. Dave Daniels and Steve Clucky. Clucky, either one. We'll give it two tries. One's got to be right. Yeah, Clucky dialed 867 for Team New England, and Dave Daniels for Team Numidia out of Carbondale, Pennsylvania. Daniels and the PTSD Awareness Dragster for Team Numidia is 007, and it's going to be right side, though, in a dual breakout. Steve Kluke, 866 on the 67, under by 9 thou. Dave Daniels was under by 1 hun. Difference there, 1 thou in the breakouts. Pat Hahn, left side. South Mountain Runner out of Blue Ridge Summit, Pennsylvania, 937 the dial, and takes on Iggy Falcone for Team Esta in Rome, New York, with the Pontiac. 10 flat, leaving first. Hanging the hoops there for Iggy Falcone, sets him down, and behind, Winlight is going to come on for not Pat Hahn, 005 and 49 on the 37. Wow. Pat Hahn was holding 50 here at the starting line. Couldn't make it happen at the other end. Daryl Tillman now. Right side, and Chris Cumming alongside. Chris Cummings dragster down in at 744. 865 there for Daryl Tillman. High school, round number 1. Attention to the pits. We need high school. Round number 1, please. High school. To the staging lanes, round 1. Chris Cumming, left side. The dragster's in trouble, but still takes the round win. Was 86 up front, and on a dual breakout, Chris Cumming and Team New England is going to be closer on the breakout. Mike Thomas coming out of the burnout box, right side. Team Esta. New York runners, first gen Chevrolet, 10:01. Kyle Robb for Team Maple Grove in at 7:53. So we have called high school for round number 1 to the lanes, please. And don't forget, if you are a first round loser in any of the categories, there is a consolation race. We will be calling the consolation race here shortly. Wheels up, leave there for the Camaro. Mike Thomas sets him down. Kyle Robb gives chase. Robb is behind by 26 thou, and Mike Thomas, he decides to go and take over a 10th stripe. Break out, 996 on the 10:01. Kyle Robb's going to be your winner there for Team Maple Grove. Next up, Bud McNasby, right side in the Camaro, down on the 1064. A little heads-up matchup. And Clayton Garber has the Skylark for Team Mason Dixon. Atco on the right, there for Bud McNasby. Get down to the final pairings of Super Pro Round 1, and motorcycle will follow. And we'll go into high school. Lights a pair. McNasby and Garber, they're out and down course past the 8th mile. And the wind light is going to come on there for Bud McNasby on the door breakout. 11 up front and 1060 off the 1064. 1059 on the 1064 there for Clayton Garber. 12 foul difference in the breakout. Next up, Jamie Diamond, right side for Team Lebanon Valley, and Kevin Render alongside. Render's machine there for Island Dragway in at 1036. 744 the dial for Jamie Diamond, undercover race car. Red light by 3 thou, Jamie Diamond. Kevin Redner is going to be 23 on the let go. And Redner is going to go 1030 on the 1036, 127 miles an hour. That will officially end out round number 1 of our Super Pro category here today. Up next, it's going to be motorcycles. And we have called high school to the staging lanes, please. High school, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Floyd Appleby coming out of the burnout box right side, 972 the dial in, and Dave Kleindienst alongside. Adamstown, Maryland, 899 the dial. Mason Dixon left, Lebanon Valley right, and we are officially into round number 1 of motorcycle. High school, needs to be in the staging lanes, please. High school, round 1. Red light by 69 thou for Appleby. Kleindienst going to be your round winner. Dave Kleindienst is going to run here at 898 on the 899, under by 1,142 down the left side. Kevin Woost and Daryl Albin. Battle between the snowmobiles here. Team Canada right side there for Daryl Albin at 10:55, and Kevin Woost. Team Est at 9:76. $5,000 red for Woost. Albin going to be your round winner. 47 up front on the 10:55. Albin's going to run 10:51 at 119. Kyle Gockley right side. Team Maple Grove at 8:77. Don Anderson. Anderson's entry for Island Dragway down at 9:04. Out of the gate they go. Green lights a pair. Kyle Gockley with the advantage. Finish line, it's going to be left side on a dual breakout. 9:03 and the 9:04, under by 5 thou. Don Anderson going to go to round number 2 here today. Frank Amalfi, 10:66 the dial in. Takes on Shane Hartman. $9,000 red for Hartman. Frank Amalfi and Team Est is going to be your winner. 10:63 on the 66 at 115. Dave Ferguson now. And Kermit Garnett. Garnett's machine out of Mount Early, Maryland. Or Team Mason Dixon 9:03. Taking on Team Esta. Or excuse me, Team Island. Dave Ferguson, Team Island. Yeah, problems there for Dave Ferguson. Kermit Garnett should turn on the win light here. Goes 9:23 off the 9:03 with the automatic round win at 114. Brian Moore and Kayla Chapman comes out of the run-out box. Chapman right side. Team Esta down at 10:58. Takes on Mason Dixon, Brian Moore in at 9:20. So the consolation race is going to be $50 pay in the lanes. $50 pay in the lanes for the consolation race when we call you. $50 pay in the lanes for a consolation race. Oh, Kayla Chapman, Brian Moore, both turning it green. Chapman way out there. Brian Moore's closed it in, and on a dual breakout, it's going to be Brian Moore, 9:16 to the 9:20, under by 4 Hun at 139. Sam Koonsman and Derek Sorry on the left side for Maple Grove at 8:50. 9:10 the dial for Koonsman. Your attention to the pit area, please. We're going to make the call. We are going to make the call for Sportsman Consolation to lanes 3 and 4. Sportsman Consolation, $50 pay in the lane. Sportsman Consolation This is for round one losers. If you want to buy into the consolation race, a sportsman competitor, lanes 3 and 4 into the lanes. Koonsbin. Cesari running through the gears, finish line. The wind light's going to turn on right side. Sam Koonsbin, 9:11 on the 9:10 at 127. Bob Carlson and Lynn Major, the matchup now. .807 the dial in for Team Esta left side for Lynn Major and Bob Carlson. Lebanon Valley runner at 866. Red light by 7th thou, Bob Carlson, and Lynn Major goes 1:23 on the reaction time. Major is going to be your winner, 797.7 at 155 miles an hour. Jeff Tisdale now, left-hand side of the racetrack, running for Team Lebanon Valley out of Connecticut. 895 the dial, 888 for Kevin Twardowski. Team Maple Grove, right side. $17 thou red for Twardowski. Tisdale's going to be 26 up front at 896. Gets the round win. Ron Blake and Ed Hughes. Ed Hughes running there for New England Dragway 885. Ron Blake, Lebanon Valley 9:55. Green lights a pair, Hughes and Blake. Finish line, dual breakout, win light at Hughes, 883 on the 885, 148 miles an hour. John Royer now, right side, 890 the dial. Team Numidia takes on Luke Snader. South Mountain runner out of Mount Holly Springs, Pennsylvania, 934. Luke's going to be around winner 914 on the 934. John Royer turned at 004 red. Kim Canary right side, 881 the dial. Takes on Wes Garman. South Mountain left side, Lebanon Valley right side. $48 thou red for Garmin. Kim Canary and Lebanon Valley is going to be your winner. Top end, it's 902 on the 881 on 148. Jim Collins and John Snyder now. 869 the dial for Team Atco. John Snyder and Jim Collins right side of the racetrack. The Esta runner out of New York. John Snyder, Jim Collins. Finish line they go. Win light's going to come on right side. Collins, 874 on the 66 at 144. Tim Diglio down at 1172. Right-hand side of the racetrack now takes on William McCann. 865 the dial for McCann. So right now, Maple Grove and Numidia are tied at 28. Mason-Dixon has 27, New England with 24, Island with 23, Lebanon Valley at 22, Atco's 21, South Mountain at 17, Est at 16, and Team Canada at 3. It's very close there. A lot of teams are. McCann turns at 54, Thou Red. Tim Diglio is going to be your round winner, 36 up front. And on the 1172, it is going to be 1191 at 114 miles an hour. Vanderbilt boys, 904 to give you the dial in left side. Chris Mealy alongside. 931 going to be leaving first. Team Island versus Team Atco. Vanderbilt boys, 6 thou ahead, top end. It's going to be dual breakout. 903 with a 5 under by 5 thou. Vanderbilt boys is closer. Mealy was 930 under by a hun at 145. Keith Allison right side. Allison's machine in at 1045 takes on Barry Stevens in at 981. Stevens running for Island Dragway. Suzuki machine takes on the Harley Davidson there for Maple Grove. Keith Allison. $15 thou red there for Keith Allison. He's leaning into it hard to bring it back in the center of the groove. Barry Stevenson, 006 and 972 off the 981 at 132. Brian Canolis now, single run to end out the category. The Berkeley Springs, West Virginia Hayabusa in at 898. Team Mason-Dixon. Brian Canolis ready to go here. Turns at 22 green. Runs on down the left-hand side on the 898. Let's see how close Canolis is going to come. It's going to be 893, 151 the speed to end out motorcycle. Round number one. We have called Sportsman Constellation to the lanes, please. Sportsman Constellation, $50 pay in the lanes. We need you in the staging lanes if you are not already there. Sportsman, if you did not get through round one and into the Constellation race, you can pay $50 in the lanes, and you will should be in there now, I should say. So high school is coming up next for round one. Right now we look at our points battle between the tracks. Maple Grove, Numidia, and Mason-Dixon have a three-way tie at 28. New England and Island are tied at 24. Lebanon and Atco is tied at 22. South Mountain and Est is tied at 17. And Team Canada with 3. All right, so we'll roll into our high school category with first round. So Thomas Oates and David Philbin going to match up here. The Camaro left side out of Connecticut down in at 12:02 for Lebanon Valley and Thomas Oates. Team Mason Dixon there, 12:13 on the dial board, a little less 10. So Thomas Oates, David Philbin, first pair in high school, round one, officially underway. Better off the starting line is Thomas Oates. Better at the other end is going to be Oates, 12:22 on the 12:13 at 108 miles an hour. Thomas Oates, your round winner there. Travis Pequin and Natalia Mussolino. Natalia left side, 13:50 the dial in for the Durango. Travis in at 14:44. Mussolino down the left side, going to be 47 up front, dual breakout, and Mussolino is going to be closer, 13:30 on the 50 to the 14:21 on the 44 for Travis Pequin. Next up, Blazer right side, Sage Embley takes on Christian Saylor, 14:60 the dial in for the Corvette, the 12:14 for Sage Embley. Final call, Sportsman Constellation. Final call for the Sportsman Constellation. So Embley and Saylor, your attention to the pit area, please. We're going to make the call for Pro Constellation to lanes 5 and 6. Pro Constellation, lanes 5 and 6. Okay. Pro Constellation, we need you to 5 and 6, please. Win light, 12:17 on the 14. Embley, Saylor missed it by 29 thou. Ryan Rubel and Michael Franks. Once again, Pro Constellation, lanes 5 and 6, please. Pro Constellation, 5 and 6 is staging. High school competitors, if you do not make it through first round, you can jump in the Sportsman Constellation race. Just a heads up. Rubel, 12 flat the dial for the Mustang. Or Numidia Dragway. And Team Atco for Michael Franks left side out of New Jersey. Red light by 47 thou for Michael Franks. Ryan Rubel is going to be your round winner. 39 up front and on the 12 flat, the Mustang. Been quick in both time runs in the morning. He's getting on the brake pedal. 12:02, got to slow down 109 miles an hour. Nice run, Ryan Rubel. Single run here for Nicholas Beeler. Team Maple Grove, the Douglasville, Pennsylvania vet. At 16:44. Once again, we have made the call for Sportsman Constellation to the lanes. Should already be there, paying the lanes $50. And we've made the call for Pro Constellation, lanes 5 and 6, please. Pro Constellation, lanes 5 and 6. $50 paying the lanes. High school, if you did not win this first round, you can jump in with Sportsman. Beeler on the 16:44. It's going to be 16:53 at 81 miles an hour. So that will officially conclude all of round one here at the Summit Bracket Finals. It will be consolation time coming up here in just a moment. Pro, come on down, 5 and 6. We're ready for you.
All right, this is for all the ones that their win light for some reason did not come on in round 1. And we're going to take another stab at it, see how they can do. Team New England on the right-hand side. He's decided as Stephen George in his Monte Carlo decided 12:33 is going to be good enough for his second attempt down the track. Jim Pippins, left-hand side, 11:50 dial in. Team Esta. Slight head start over to lane 2. We'll see how that works out for him. We're green on both sides. Really green on one. Wow. Watching the scoreboards, looking for a win light. Lane 2 picks up the win. Lane 1 breaks out. Lane 1 a lot better on the tree. And Stephen George goes to round 2 of the Consi race. In our sportsman category, Dave Rasser, left-hand side. He's dialed his wagon in, the 13:22. It's up against Dan Cassie's 11:51 in the Mustang. And we're green and close, both sides. There's a 4th thou advantage to one of these drivers, but that's about it. Could be anybody's race at the big end. And on the double breakout, breaks out by the least, Dan Cassie advances to round 2. He was 4th thou worse on the tree, but much less of a breakout. Tom Menard and Nicole Alberts, Nikki Adams. Green on both sides, chase 1,320 feet. Mopar out in front, little truck giving chase. 1,000-foot mark, I think the truck's around him, but he took the stripe by 7, ran out, turned the wind light on for Nikki Adams. Patrick Conway and Lindsey Holtzman Ain, next pair, as they motor down the track. I'll tell you what, a pretty good head start for Holtzman. And hangs on to the lead. Lane 1 actually did get there first, broke out again, a 26 with a 6 on a 29. Wind light for Lindsey. Justin Brusso and Fast Eddie Beadler. 11:54 to 11:57, almost a heads-up race. Let me know if you see which one moves first. I'm not exactly sure. I have an idea. I can look at the screen and tell who had the best light. And the best light picks up the win at the big end. 021 on the tree, 58 with a 7 on a 57, off by 17. But breakout run for Fast Eddie. And maybe that's why they got the name Fast in there. I'm not sure. Anthony Picone and Bruce Suiters. Bruce running for Team South Mountain on the their team. Down 11:71 to an 11:76. Once again, another race that's only separated by 5. Not a lot. 500's not a big deal unless you're at the stripe and you're on the back end of it. Good light and an okay light. At the stripe, double breakout. The good light breaks out by the least. 1173 with a 4 on a 76 to Bruce's 65 on a 71. Bob Levers and Rocco Saccone Jr. 1265 to a 1266. I think I would have made this heads up. Drivers would probably disagree. At least we know a white car is going to get there first and second. All right, Pro Consolation cars to lanes 5 and 6. Bring your $50 with you. Pay in the lanes. Pro Consi to 5 and 6. Left-hand side picking up the win on a double breakout. Mitch Spirits and Nick Trobin, next pair. 1264 to a 1406 head start to the Mustang out of Jersey. And it's all over on the starting line as Nick goes red by 4 thou. Turning the wind light on for Mitch. Mitch getting a free run in the Consi race. See what his car will do. Runs a 14 flat. All right, Joe Clark and Mike Murphy. 1388 for Mike, right-hand side. And left-hand side, Joe Clark's down at 1177. So Super Sport Nova. Hey, after round number 1, it is a 3-way tie. Maple Grove, Numidia, and Mason-Dixon at 28. Then there's a 2-way tie. New England and Island Dragway with 24. Lebanon Valley and Atco with 22. And South Mountain and Esta, that's 17. Team Canada just hanging in there with their 3. But that's after one complete round. No runaway points yet, and there's all the teams, with one exception, are in contention. It could be winners of this event. All right, good and gooder. How's that for 2 words? And on a double breakout, the good light picks up the win. Joe Clark, 021, breaks out by the least amount. Mike Murphy couldn't convert that 008 light on the starting line into a win light as he broke out by more. right, I think we're going to bring all the teams up there. That would be good, wouldn't it? All winners. All right, left-hand side, Dylan Biondo picks up the win. 1196 on that 1191. He was 0-15 on the tree, and that helped him quite a bit to pick up the victory at the big end. Chasing him down made him break out. Norman Eisenhart, 13-17, left side of your track to a 14-14 for Marshall Worthrop. I think he says racing for money on the back. He just didn't have the money there to buy the decal that said money yet. Working on it. Real close on the tree for both of these drivers. Performance pretty close also, and at the stripe, a breakout run for Marshall turns the win light on for Norman. 13-17, dead on with a 9. He's 1900 better on the tree. Patricia Patsy Hammett. We just call her Pat for short. Doug Worthrop, right-hand side. Both drivers are green. One's really green. And at the stripe, lane 1 picking up the win as Doug goes quicker and runs out. All right, Delaney Harper and Dave Klein. Both of them are green on the starting line. Once again, this will be anybody's race, whoever trusts their car the most. I think both capable of maybe holding just a little bit, and it proves the point at the end. Delaney out by the least amount, runs a 23 on her 27 to a 51 on a 62. Both pretty equal on the lights. Dave Pilvin and Russ Wilder, our next pair, a 1285 to a 1206. Just about a light and a half on the Christmas tree. All right, the first call for Super Pro Consolation Race, lanes 1 and 2. First call for Super ET Consi Race to lanes 1 and 2. Russ has a little bit of an advantage here. See if he can hold off the hard-charging David at the big end, and he does. David breaks out trying to catch him, could not do it. Russ picks up the win, 1207 on a 1285. Or 1287 on an 85. Sorry about that. That would have really been a breakout. Kyle Murray and Jim Barry are next pair. 1221 for Jim. He'll do a high gear charge up against Kyle Murray's 1422 dial in the Camaro. Oh, it's not? All right. Well, anyhow, left-hand lane, the no-name picks up the win. Goes to round number 2 in the consolation race. Kelly Fleming and Bill Cruza. 1160 and a 1225. All right, at the stripe, Kelly Fleming picking up the win, a 1229 on the 1225. She had him covered on the tree as he went red, left-hand side. All right, working on Pro Consolation. First pair of cars coming around the corner. This is moving right along. appreciate the cooperation and coming to the lanes when we call you. It makes everything run so much smoother. Almost glad you have a track at that time. Dan Wallach and A.J. Meyer, our next pair, 1064 to a 1019. Head start to the AMX in lane 1. I think this car, if I remember correctly, is kind of like a wheel stander when it leaves the starting line. At least the Super Stock A automatic one is. Advantage to one of these drivers, and Dan picks up the win. 002 on the tree. A 64 with a 9. Dead on with a 9. 11th thou package. That's pretty sweet. Randy Shiley and Christina Clark, our next pair. 1072 to a 921. Quick car, lane 1. Chevy Camaro against the Plymouth Duster. And I got to always look because sometimes they change cars. All right, just a little bit of premature acceleration out of Randy Shiley. Winlight automatic, 1067 with a 2. Christina holding some there, but still picks up the Winlight as a result of the red light in lane 1. Seth Watts and Bob Bates. 1010 to a 908. Quick hot rod over on the right-hand side. Given the head start by 12 in lane 1. All right, big end of the track, 908 dead on with a 2. 000 on the tree, 2 thou package for Robert Bates. Sweet. Tom Stahl and Herb Wagner in next pair. Herb driving his 86 Buick with a 902. Dial in. 1131 for Tom Stahl. Only if Wayne would be here could I get more excited, but Del Monte just texted me and said, can you put more excitement into it? Well, I could. But nobody's brought me any brownies up here or cookies or anything. My sugar levels have dropped way low. Robert Huffman and Callie Klein on the starting line. The Demon over on the right-hand side. Going to try to chase down the York Springs driver. See if Callie can do this. Yep, 003 on the tree. 36 with a 7, 1700 off the dial. good for the win, so he'll make it into round number 2 of the Concy race. Laney Barber down to 10:63 right-hand side. Going to have to sit and wait for Tom Scrifnano. 11:01 head start. Oh, he didn't wait. And Tom picks up the automatic win. 0:30 on the tree, getting a free run into round number 2. And goes a 96 with a 5 on his 0-1. So, wow, he was holding some. He wanted to make sure that was insurance at the big end of the track. John Landino out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and Troy Gearhart. These are two racers that have seen each other at Mason-Dixon Dragway many times. That's both running the points. Mustang versus Mustang, so we know for sure that a Ford's going to advance here. All right, final call for Super Pro consolation race to lanes 1 and 2. At the stripe, Gearhart picking up the win. 10 flat on a 10:01, out by 6/10,000ths of a second to a breakout 27.5 on a 29. Breaks out by more for John. Super ET cars, your final call to lanes 1 and 2 for the consolation race. Nelson Ballot Jr. and Rich Panicaro, 1060 to an 877 door car. Oldsmobile 877. Wow. I think that's the only 8-second Oldsmobile that's here this weekend. And a double breakout in 874, good for the win on that 77 dial-in. He was 016 on the tree to Rich's 008, but he couldn't convert that into win as he broke out by more. Took too much stripe. Took 6 at the finish line. Tim Voigt and Sean Nichols, our next pair. 1042 left lane, 1003 right lane. Malibu versus Ford Chevrolet. Let's see what my money's on. I'm going to wait until I see the lights. I'm a cheater. Well, there's two kinds of racers. There's lucky and good, and then there's them cheaters. Right lane picks up the win, breakout run. Left-hand lane is Sean Nichols picking up the win going into round number 2. Chris Cassidy and Terry Lee are next pair, 957 to a 964. Once again, almost a heads-up race. Wow, that was a outstanding job for best wheel stand on both sides. And your win light, little Mustang right-hand side, a 963 with a 5, breaks out by the least amount to a 954 with an 8. Mike Franick and Robert Loins, our next pair, 1033 to a 1015. Island Dragway going to sit and wait and let New England Dragway go down the track by 0.18 of a second. Quite a head start. Wheels in the air for the swinger in lane 1. Hard charging Mopar. Mopar hangs on for the win, takes the stripe, 41/10,000ths margin of victory at the stripe. Mike Franick will be going into round number 2 of your Concy race. Brian Lynn, Keymore, Maryland driver in the Chevrolet Camaro up against John DeBlasso. Camaro versus Camaro. Early model. Right-hand side. 10:59 to a quicker 9:66. And he goes red by 4th thou, turning John's wind light on. John runs a 63 with a 9 on his 59 dial-in, advances to round 2. Fred Clark and Mike Cronister are next pair, 9:59 to a 9:97. Head start, right lane. Plymouth Barracuda leaves, picks up the automatic win as Mike goes red by 0:55. Free run into round 2, 9:61 on that 59. If he stayed in it the whole way, that'd give him a good idea of what to dial in round 2. Mike LaRose Sr. and Todd Thoman are next pair, 9:87 to a 10:34 for lane 1. Lane 1's going to get the head start. That's the Vreeland motorcycle lane. And a red light start on the right-hand side. 0-2. 2,000, too quick. Mike LaRose's wind light comes on. He's happy. Goes into round number 2. And he runs 10:25 with a 3 on a 34. If that's not holding some, wow. Not to be outdone, a 980 on a 987. Lou Dreyer, longtime racer. I think the first time I ever saw Louie was in a chariot, I'm pretty sure. Christina Hubbard, right-hand side, 11:63. Going to have to get the head start, and then Lou's going to have to chase her down. Little premature acceleration there. 0:16 on the tree on the wrong side of green. Turning the wind light on for Christiana. She runs 11:60 with the 6 on that 11:63. Chris Corlon and Jim Areciano. How do you say that one? Areciano. Oh, well. We're going to call him Jim for lack of a better word. 10:68 right lane. 10:17 left lane. Malibu going to sit and wait. All right, if you're in the lanes, you need to be with your car for payment. Automatic win over in lane number 2. Lane 1 went red. Lane 2, a 61 with a 4 on that 68. Holding a little bit there also. Unless the tailwind pushed him down there. All right, motorcycle, consolation, lane 7. Motorcycle, consolation race to lane number 7. We'll do it again when it gets a little quieter here. Need motorcycles for the consolation race to lane number 7. Jason Mazzata and Jeff Doster are next pair. Jeff in the big Plymouth Roadrunner going to take on Chevrolet Nova in lane 1. Jeff going to get a slight head start in that 4,000-pound car. Andrew Bracuto and Neil Cromwell, 1029 to a 1074. Lane 2 sits. Island gets the head start. And we've got a drag race that just broke out. Still no wind light. Marching 1,320 feet. Lane 1 picking up the win. A 77. Good for the win on a breakout run for Neil. Denny McCloskey and David Parker are next pair. Denny, the slower of the two cars, down a 1048 to a 962 for David. Once again, we need the drivers to stay with their cars in the lanes. He's got a magic marker there. He's going to put a big X on your windshield if you're not there to pay him on the lanes, and will just push you straight on through. I think that's the way it happens. Or it costs you twice as much. Nice wheel stand effort there, but a little bit early for Dennis. Denny goes 0-13, wrong side of green. Turns the wind light on for David Parker. Parker runs a 64 on a 62 and goes to round number 2. This is your bye car in Pro Consolation. Cam Murray doing the driving out of New England Dragway, down 11.06, kind of like a free pass into round number 2. We're going to see whether he can run that number or how much he's really holding. At the stripe, runs a 10.99 on 11.06, so we know where that's going. And our next cars that you're going to see come around the corner will be your supercars. All right, just a little bit of checking everything out there on the start line, getting ready for the supercars, the super quicks. All right, Super E.T. Consi getting ready to come around the corners. We hear those motors fire up. Jeff Doster, yeah, we'll get it right. Bradley Dawson, William Waters. Bradley, the door car, picking on the dragster. 763 dial in for the dragster. 1149 for Bradley. little dart. Bradley's had this car a long time. Hails out of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, where those battles were fought. And they're still fighting them today. If you, they're trying to tear down all the statues. But you know what? Part of history. William Waters going to sit and wait quite some time out of Carrollton, Massachusetts. Charlton, Massachusetts. Driving a Dan Page rear engine dragster. You know, I learned that the longest part of the quickest Super ET is the staging efforts. Wow. Don't see this very often. Identical reaction times, 004 for both drivers on the tree. Bradley takes the stripe, 94 10/1000ths margin of victory. Close race at the big end. Runs a 50 on his 49. Scott McCormick and Darrell Tillman, our next pair, 948 to an 862. Beautiful 63 split window. One of these drivers with a better reaction time. See if he can turn that into a victory at the big end. And the split window, he's 005 on the tree. And runs an 863 on his 862. Good for the win going to round 2. Dave Daniels and Jamie Dimon, our next pair. 755 to a 741. I think they ought to make all the consolation races be heads up. What do you think? Wouldn't that be neat? Would be neat for the quicker car, probably. All right, drivers making their way into stage. We're almost there. We are now ready to roll. Green and greener. And green picks up the win. 010 on the tree. 42 with a 6 on a 41. Good for the win. To a losing effort of 756 on a 55. He was 055 on the tree. Mark Beaton and Frank Berard, next pair. 778 to a 772. And that's close enough it could be heads up. We could make it that way. Change it up here. You know, there'll only be one driver that would complain about that, and that's the one that the win light doesn't come on. We got some good lights here. I won't call one great, but it's much better than the other. And 005 on the tree does it for Mark Beaton. Runs a 779 on that 78 to a breakout run. Took the stripe by 3. Breaks out by a 68 on a 72. A.J. Cowing and Shelby Rubel, the next pair. Rubel dialed in 810 to an 857. We're green on both sides. One side's twice as good as the other side. And, wow, breakout run, breakout effort, lane 1. It goes a 51 with a 5 on a 57. Takes a bunch of stripe, takes 800 at the stripe, and 811 on an 810, picking up the win. Had him 13 on the tree. Couldn't convert. Brian Mahler and Terrence Sachs, our next pair. Terrence going to get the head start. And Brian going to chase him down. Not stellar lights, but they are green. And you got to start out with a green light to pick up a win anyhow. So right-hand lane picking up the win, 144 on the tree. That's almost like a gift. 10:45 for Dan Bell. Pat Hahn over there, 9:46. That's an early model Corvette, real early. Yeah, let's do that. All right, I need the attention in the pit. Sportsman cars, round number 2 of the Summit AT Bracket Finals. Into lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman for round number 2 into lanes 5 and 6. Yep, Sportsman cars for round number 2 in the Summit AT Bracket Finals here at Numidia Dragway. We need you into lanes 5 and 6. All right, here's the second set that has happened during the Super. Both drivers identical on the tree. Lane 1 picks up the win. Dead on with the 3 pass. A 24 thou package. Roger Lewis goes to 83 on that 85. Breaks out. All right, on the starting line, Jason Wilson and Joseph Mealy, a 757 to a 752 door car. Winlight in lane 1, 759 on a 57 to a losing 54 on a 52. The advantage also 013 on the tree for Jason Wilson. Brian Mirsky and Rich Ripshaw. Ford Thunderbird down an 866 to a 965 for Brian. Big Impala door car. I don't think that's a Biscayne, I think. Yep, Chevy Biscayne. Goes red by a bunch. I mean, like yesterday red. Winlight on a breakout run over for Ripshaw. Runs an 863 on a 66. Goes to round number 2. Sean Barrett and Dave Tenney are next pair. Both of these wanted their Winlights to come on in round 1. It just did not happen for either driver. Going to take another shot at it here. All right, got 2 going down the track. Winlight coming on over right side of your track. out of Baltimore, Maryland. David Tenney picking up the win, a 10-12 on a 10-08. He was 3 thou better on the tree, but that wasn't all the story. All right, Mark Orlinsky and Jason Mazzata leave the starting line. Jason a little bit early by 005. That's a pink light. An 015 for Mark. Picks up the win, a 988 with a 7 on that 994. A lot of these guys are really holding some numbers because I'm not convinced that the weather's gotten any better than it was earlier today. I'm pretty sure the air's about the same. Heather Boyko and Tom Samsel. Tom 920 to Heather's quicker 743. Little street roadster on the right-hand side, going to get the head start. And it's chase down time, and there's about 10 difference on the tree. And the roadster can't do it. It was 008, double breakout, breaks out by more. Took the stripe. 740 gets it done on a 743 for Heather. She goes to round number 2 of the consolation race. And Robert, nice looking little Chevy 10. Going to take on Jeff. 2 tough cookies out there right now. I'll tell you what, I wouldn't want to flip a coin and figure out who's going to win this one. Both drivers have it in their mind it's going to be them. One of them's going to be really disappointed. It'll be a 2-time loser today. Yeah. Wow. And when you got an ego, that's hard to take. Well, distinct advantage for one. And he turns that into win on a double breakout. Jeff Krendatic picks up the win, goes to round 2 of the Consi race. Jack Grader and Mike Thomas, our next pair, 997 to an 806. Thunderbird, 806, going to sit and wait to watch Mike's taillights just about out at the Christmas tree. Maybe a little more. 97 to the second, yeah, pretty close. Double 01 pink, right-hand side, wrong side of green. Jack, 001 green, runs 8:04 on 806. Dead on with a 0. You're right. 1 thou off. All right, getting ready to move into two-wheel action here is the motorcycles whose wind lights burn out in round 1 and didn't come on. At least that's if you're talking to them. That's what they're going to tell you. Lebanon Valley and all right, Pro Cars, round number 2 of the Summit ET Bracket Finals to lanes 1 and 2. Pro Cars, round number 2 to lanes 1 and 2. This is for the Summit ET Bracket Finals. The winners from round 1, we need you in lanes 1 and 2, Pro Cars. All right, a heads-up run here, an 861 to an 861. Somebody's fooling somebody out here, Team Atco and Team Lebanon Valley. Going to make it all about the starting line as they go down the track looking at each other side by side. Pretty close to the lights. Double breakout. Lane 1 breaks out by the least. Runs a 58 with a 6 on a 61. And goes to round number 2 of the Concy race. Young lady in lane 1 down to 10:52 on the sled. Her competition, 883, is going to have to sit and wait. All right, true start was on, and at least the best red light, if there is such a thing, right-hand side, picks up the win, 885 on an 883, goes to round 2. Team Maple Groves, team both sides. These two have probably faced off with each other quite a few times. Well, maybe not this year, but in the past. Nobody's been open quite a few times this year, I don't believe. At least not for points racing. 1047 to an 874. Harley off the starting line. Double 08 red for the Harley. Winlight coming on in lane 2, 874, dead on with a 6. And it brings up our next pair. Team Atco's number 72 bike down in 866 to a 945 for Lebanon Valley. All right, a little premature acceleration for Team Atco on the left-hand side. Turns the wind light on over on the right-hand side. He runs a 9:52 on that 45, so he got a gift there in round number 1 of the Consi race. And he'll be going into round number 2. This is your bye bike for the Consi race. Down a 9:29 on an Island Dragway. Going to get the automatic win. Watch, when the tree's activated, you'll see his wind light come on. And here's a great 021 pink. Just a little bit early. 2100s. Runs a 9:26 on a 9:29. That's the way to get it done. All right, this is Summit ET Bracket Finals Sportsman round number 2. Team Lebanon Valley going to take on Esta Dragway. Lebanon Valley is going to be in the left-hand lane. Esta over on the right side. Joe Koss and Steve Steelman, senior. 1362 for Steve as he'll get the head start. This has become the important part of it as we begin earning points for round number 2 on these teams. All right, a little bit early by 011 for Joe. Turns the wind line on for Esta Dragway. Free run in round number 2. Runs a 13:54 on that 13:62. Steve Steelman picks up the win. All right, green light starts for both these drivers. New England Dragway right-hand side. Maple Grove left-hand side. Wind light coming on. Team Maple Grove. John Northrup and Debbie Boyer are our next pair. Team South Mountain right-hand side, down 11.99 up against Team Numidia Dragway, 12.84. Dial in. Head start. Going to John, left-hand lane. And we're green on both sides of the tree. Debbie giving chase. See if she can get around John at the big end. That's her intent. She does. She picks up the win dead on with a 6 for Debbie Boyer, and Team South Mountain scores a point. Keith Warner and Steve Steelman Jr. our next pair. Keith in the Thunderbird down at 1150. Team Mason-Dixon Dragway. Esta Dragway on the right-hand side with a 13-14 dial in the Pontiac. Green on both sides. Keith going to try to chase Steve down. Closing quick on there. And can't do it on a double breakout. Right-hand side, Steve Steelman picks up the win at 13:02 on that 13-14. Both of them breaking out by a bunch. Zach Golly and John Winisco. Team South Mountain right-hand side down to 14:54 to Esta Dragway's 18:35. Well, I'm having trouble with 8s and 0s today. And we are green. And one will be the envy of the world if it happens. And the pickup truck 003 on the tree for South Mountain. 1461 on the 54. Had some room there. Going to round number 3. Hallelujah. Scott Shamokar. 1183 dial in to 1162 for Cody Roberts. Team Mason-Dixon Dragway taking on Team Lebanon Valley. Mason-Dixon right side, Lebanon Valley left side. And we're green on both sides. One driver with the green light, and the other one with the nice green light. See what happens at the big end. Cody Roberts picks up the win. He was 009. Runs a 64 with a 1 on a 62 to a breakout run. An 82 with a 6 on that 83 out by 4th thou, but couldn't get the stripe. Ted Mealy and Clifford Bray are next pair. Ted hails for Team Maple Grove, Team Atco right-hand side. Clifford Bray going to get the head start, a 13 flat to an 11.99. And we are close, really close. It's going to be a great race at the stripe. Neither driver needing to back into this one. Double breakout, but the big 59 Chevy picks up the win. 11.96 with a 1 on a 99 to a 12.95 with an 8 on a 13 flat. Mike Fordwalt and Brian Kuhn, our next pair. 13.05 for Brian, Team South Mountain, up against Numidia Dragway's Mike. Mike 1191 dial-in the Camaro. Or if you're from West Virginia, it's Camaro. Giving chase pretty equal on the tree. And looks like Team South Mountain picks up a point of 13.05 to a breakout run. Breaks out by 7th thou, left-hand side. Took the stripe by 9, broke out by 7. Joe Marino and Dave Harvey get ready to do battle here. All right, Team Atco trying to chase Island Dragway's car down. And win light coming on for Atco Dragway. 12:01 on 11.96 to a breakout run. 11.46 on a 53. Adam Warner and Gerard Hamlick are next pair. 11:68 now in for Numidia Dragway, right-hand lane. Team Maple Grove on the left-hand side. All right, both drivers pretty close on the tree. Not great, not bad, though. Wind light. That's what we're looking for. Left-hand lane. Team Maple Grove picks up the win. 11:89 with a 1 on a breakout run. 11:65 with a 6. Denny Renninger up against David Myers. David Myers for Team Mason-Dixon Dragway. Going to be taking on Team Maple Grove, left-hand side. Head start to Myers. Wow. I tell you what, both these drivers are earning their money. Really great lights. And Myers converts that 005 into a win to a losing 001 on the tree. Wow, that was a nice race at the big end. At least a nice race for Mason-Dixon Dragway, and team picks up a point there. Mike Mackey going to take on Caleb Klein. Team Mason-Dixon right-hand side. Left-hand side, Team Numidia Dragway in the little Mustang. It says Dart, but this doesn't look like a Dart to me. It's the new model of a Dart, if it is. It's one they didn't tell that was really in production. Pretty much a heads-up run. And this is going to be another close race as both drivers are fairly close on the tree. A little bit of an advantage for one. Let's say it doesn't turn into a win as he breaks out by more. 11:51, good for the win for Mike Mackey. He was 0.25 on the tree to Caleb's 0.13. Caleb breaks out by more. Win light coming on for Team Numidia. Team Maple Grove, left-hand side. Down in 11:63 is taking on Team Mason-Dixon Dragway's Dylan Moore. 12:19 dial in. Dylan gets the head start. And Dylan 003 on the tree and a 12:23 on a 9 to a breakout run for Team Maple Grove. Go, Dylan, go. Team Mason-Dixon scores that point. David Toms, Team Mason-Dixon Dragway, left-hand side. Team Canada, their great hope, right-hand side. They are. Looking for a win light at the big end of the track. And David picks up the win by 84 ten-thousandths of a second as they tighten that up at the big end. Emily, see ya. Team Canada. That was one of their point earners, not point earning anymore. Wow. Jeff Fielder and Jillian Wise, Team Mason-Dixon Dragway, right-hand side. Team Maple Grove, left-hand side. Battle of the Mopars. Jillian earns her keep at 11:54 on an 11:50. Puts a Team Mason-Dixon Dragway one more point. Ed Franks Jr. up against Dave Scariata. And I guess I said that right. If I didn't, sorry about that. Team Maple Grove right-hand side, Team Island Dragway left-hand side. All right, a dash to the finish line. Looking for a win light. And look at that. Team Maple Grove picks up the win on a breakout run for Ed Franks. Ed goes to 77 with a 9 on a 79 to a 58 on a 54. Good for the win. Team Maple Grove gets that point. Chuck Sanders and John Dixon are next pair. It's Team Atco Dragway left side. Team Island Dragway right side. All right, we're green on both sides as this is a drag race to the finish line. Neither driver knowing it's close enough. You hear a little whopping at the big end. 11:83, good for the win for Team Island Dragway. Good by a tenth. Marching on to round number 3. All right, red light start for Stephen Baker and Island Dragway. Turns the win light on for Team Maple Grove, left-hand side. And he runs it a little bit quick, a 51 with a 4 on that 55, but still picks up the win light. Right now it's tie. Mason Dixon and Maple Grove 33, Numidia 29, Ireland 25, New England 24, Atco 23, Lebanon Valley 22, South Mountain 20, Esta 19. But we're not done yet. Brandon Wetzel and Paul Neal are our next pair. All right, we have a drag race that just broke out on the starting line. It's going to be determined at the finish line. At the stripe, left side picks up the win. Team Maple Grove. 61 10,000ths margin of victory at the stripe. Better light was Paul Neal. Couldn't get close to the dial. So at the end of Sportsman, Team Maple Grove out in front with 34. Mason Dixon second place, 33. Numidia third, 29. Followed by Island, 25. New England Dragway, 24. Atco, 23. Lebanon Valley, 22. South Mountain, 20. Esta, 19. Team Canada, Canada, 3. Yeah, I know how that is. Slave driver, track operators. Been there, done that.
All right, rolling into round number 2 of pro category. Wayne Xavier right side. Wayne Xavier right side, 11:53 the dial in, takes on Robert Ormsby, 11:76 on the top end scoreboard. Green light left side, green light right side. They're going to run on down to the top end of the racetrack here. Win light right side and Team New England. CB's going to be 11:53, dead 6 to be 77 total. Breakout for Ormsby at 11:62 on the 11:76. Next up, Martin Flagel, left side in the Nova, 9:52 going to be the dial-in for Team Maple Grove, and Stephen Knight, 10:66 on the scoreboard for the Massachusetts runner in the Mustang. Stephen Knight, 2,000 red. Martin Flagel is going to be 24 up front. And your round winner, the Nova, 9:57 on the 9:52 at 123. Jake Kennard, right side. 8:72 going to be the dial-in for Team Maple Grove, taking on Mason Dixon's Tony Bonanno. The Chevelle. Bonanno in at 10:04. Joe Dedrick, right side. Maple Grove runner, the 68 first gen Camaro. Down at 8:58, takes on Paul Stranvinsky. Stravinsky at 9:12. One of the local runners here to Numidia. There you go, turn it green and down to the top of the racetrack we go. 2 fouls separate them at the starting line, and at the other end, it's going to be Joe Dedrick, 27 up front, and 8:58, dead 1 to be 28 total. Breakout for Stravinsky, 9:07 on the 9:12. Next up, Matt Consiglio, right side. 10:56 going to be the dial-in, running for Esta Dragway, and Joe Valencia. Joe Valencia, 10:12, going to be leaving second. The South Mountain runner, left-hand side of the racetrack. Consiglio turns it green, right side is 15 up front. Valencia's behind at 87. And top end, Matt Consiglio is going to be your round winner, 10:74 off of 56 at 108. Jeff Krasinski now, 9:18 going to be the dial-in, Ellisburg, Pennsylvania. And David Gibbons alongside. New England runner out of Massachusetts, 10:04 on the dial board. 68, first gen Chevrolet. Jeff Krasinski gives chase. The purple machine down the right side is going to be your winner. 9:21 of the 9:18. taking 32 thou to go into the next round here in pro for Kershinsky. Robert Smith now. Maple Grove runner out of Westchester, Pennsylvania. The Chevy 2 right side, 10-13, going to be the dial-in. Takes on the Malibu for the Numidia runner. In Allentown, Pennsylvania, Mike Haynes in at 10-20. Mike Haynes is behind by 62 thou, and the win line's going to be Robert Smith, right side. Perfect up front and 10-17 on the 10-13 at 126. Paul Cole, right-hand side of the racetrack. South Mountain runner in at 11-14 takes on Bill Hood. Ratco Dragway. Bill Hood's Monte Carlo in 11:37. Red light by 21 thou, for Bill Hood. Paul Cole's going to be 39 up front. And the Mustang down the right-hand side to a 11:17 run at 117 miles an hour. Scott Embley and Roger Bard now. Fayetteville, Pennsylvania comes Roger Bard, left side, South Mountain entry, taking on Scott Embley. Chevelle dials at 9:38 for Island Dragway. Old School Chevrolets are out of the gate. Green lights a pair. Roger Bard is in trouble. Scott Embley, a few rips of the gas pedal down there at 9:53. Easy round win at 131 miles an hour. Brian Davison and Jim Schmidbauer. Schmidbauer for Lebanon Valley from Albany, New York comes the Nova down in at 10:39, 10:70, leaving first for Brian Davison. $18,000 advantage going to Jim Schmidbauer, and the win light here to Jim Schmidbauer. 10:41 above at 124 miles an hour. Davison rolls down there and goes 10:68 on the 70 under by 200 at 128. Anthony DePietro down at 10:34 takes on Jake Lipke. Jake Lipke 11:28 on the dial board. Out of New York comes the Chevrolet Camaro. It's Team Esta left side, Team Lebanon Valley right side. They meet here side by side. $40,000 advantage going to Anthony DePietro, and on a dual breakout, Anthony DePietro is going to be your round winner. 10:31.5 on the 34, under by 5 thou. To the 11:22 on the 11:28, under by 600 there for Jake Lipke. Your attention to the pit area, please. Super Pro, lanes 5 and 6, round number 2. Super Pro, attention to the pit. Super Pro, round 2 to the staging lanes, please. Cal Murray, right side. Running for New England Dragway, 10:25 the dial-in, takes on Pete Bushnell for Lebanon Valley. Bushnell dialed in at 9 at 23. They're closing in. Kyle Murray's 006 and 10:27, 2 above for the round win for New England Dragway. Bushnell was 33 at the starting line, which put him behind and breaks out, taking 3 thou, 9:22 on the 9:23. Chris Lofgren now for Lebanon Valley, 9:50 the dial in for Lofgren and Walter Morgan alongside. The Clarks Summit, Pennsylvania-based Camaro, 10:19 leaves first for the runner for Numidia Dragway for Walter Morgan. Double 05 to a 15, and Walter Morgan is going to be your winner. 10:19 dead zero to be 5 total. Lofgren was 15 going by the tree and 9:49.8 on the 50. Under by 2 thou to $1.37. Jonathan Gagnon, 10:37 the dial in on Pleasant Valley, Connecticut. And Robert Mullaney alongside. The Nova in at 9:59. $9.59 dead 6 to be 7 total for Mullaney and team. Atco Dragway down the right side to be your winner. Randy Alloway and Mark Price, the matchup now. Mark Price out of Collegeville, Pennsylvania, running for Team Numidia at 9:12. And Randy Alloway representing South Mountain in at 10:18 with his Chevrolet Camaro left-hand side. Mark Price, 31 and behind. This one's going to be South Mountain, 17 up front, and 10:21 on the 10:18. Jason Hemingway and Kevin Core. Kevin Core's entry, 10:24 the dial in for the Numidia runner, and for Lebanon Valley, Jason Hemingway brings it Chevrolet 3rd Gen Camaro to the starting line. $15 up front, Kevin Core has the advantage, and 10:25 one above gets the round win for the local runner. Hemingway was 72 going by the tree and 10:06 on the breakout, under by 5 thou. Jamie Collin right side, 9:39 the dial in, and Darius Wenger. Wenger left side for South Mountain out of Fayetteville, Pennsylvania, 10:67 the dial for the little green Nova. 9:39 Jamie Collin going to be giving the head start up, giving chase down the right side. Darius Wenger trying to hold on behind of the starting line. Jamie is ahead, and this one's going to go to South Mountain. 10:67, dead zero at 122 miles an hour. Jamie was 15 green and 9:38 on the 39 breakout. Entered by 7 thou. Howard Roberts, 10:18, going to be the dial in right-hand side of the racetrack. Running for Team ESTA takes on Dennis Boyle, the Lebanon Valley runner. Beacon, New York, 10:12 on the scoreboard. 46 thou red there for Howard Roberts. Your winner, Dennis Boyle. Tap into the racetrack. 10:08 on the 10-12 132. John Crutchfield, 9:35 the dial. The Maple Grove entry. And Faith Warner alongside of the Ranchero. Dial is here at 10 flat. For Team Mason-Dixon. Wheels up, leave left side. They both turn it green. Crutchfield, Warner, closing in on the 8th mile. Here comes 1,000 foot in the quarter is next. Wind light comes on left side. Team Maple Grove, 9:46 in the 9:35 at 130 miles an hour for John Crutchfield. Paul Northup left side. Wheeling the Camaro. Team Numidia at 9:55 takes on Bud McNasby. Team Atco Dragway out of Hamilton, New Jersey. 10:88, the ET prediction for the Omega. Red light left side. Paul Northup by 19 thou. McNasby's going to be your winner. 26 up front, and on the 1088, it's going to be 1083, 121 miles an hour. Jim Shoddy left side. For New England Dragway out of Connecticut, 964 going to be the dial in for his Camaro. And Todd Lipke, 10 flat the dial for the Nova. .42 to a 32, and this one's going to be Todd Lipke and Team Esta. 10:01 on the 10 flat at 120 miles an hour. Lights the wind lamp there. Dave Harvey now. Right side for Team Atco in at 10:86, and Randy Bronawall. For South Mountain, Bronawall of Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania Nova, in at 10:55. Two thou red for Randy Bronawall. Dave Harvey's going to be your round winner, 16 up front, and the Valiant's going to run on down to a 1084 run, 120 on speed. Kyle Robb out of the water box, right side. That's the Chevy 266 model for Maple Grove. Kyle Robb from Denver, Pennsylvania, 976 going to be leaving second, and Steve Long, Mason-Dixon runner in the Mustang in at 1068. $18 thou red for Long. Kyle Robb's going to be your round winner, 973 to $134. Next up, Grant Nichols. 982 the dial in. Taking on Robert Reinhardt. Reinhardt's S10 in at 1030. It's Maple Grove left side, Lebanon Valley right side. They're out and running. Green lights a pair. Reinhardt with the advantage, and it's going to be a wind lamp right side, though, for Nichols. 984 to above and was 89 back here at the starting line. Reinhardt was better at 023, but takes 94 at the stripe to break out by a foul. John Hindenburg. Hindenburg, right side for Team Island Dragway, and at 10:21 takes on Terry Updegraff for South Mountain. Updegraff, 971 posted on the window of that entry left side. They turn it green here. Updegraff holding 18th out the starting line, and this one's going to be Updegraff. 973 on the 971. Mountain Mike over there just going all kinds of crazy. Look at him. Just beating his hands together. He's loving those wind lights. Wyatt Quibicki now, left side of the Mustang, dialed in at 943, takes on Tyler Weicker. Weicher's machine in at 957 for Island Dragway. Wyatt representing Atco here. This one's going to be decided on the starting line. 22 thou too soon for Quibicki. Tyler Weicker is going to be 41 up front, and top of the racetrack, 949 off the 957 at 137. Butch Weinrich right side. War Team Mason Dixon out of Maryland. 1107 on the top end. Scoreboard takes on Atco's Thomas Monty. Monty in the Duster. Out of Glendora, New Jersey. 1072. Left-hand side. Three thou red for Thomas Monty. Your winner, Butch Weinrich. The Malibu 1116 on the 1107 at 104. David Harvey now. 1158 is going to be the dial in for the Atco runner. And Robert Zetterberg out of Great Meadows, New Jersey. For Team Island Dragway. 951 the dial there for Zetterberg. Dual breakout, the wind light to David Harvey. 26 up front, 1157 with a 7 on the 58. Zetterberg was better at 009, but goes 49 on the 51. James Moore and John Alloway now. Alloway left side, 1077 on the dial in. And James Moore in at 1002. James Moore down the right side here. The Mason-Dixon runner right, Atco left, and the wind light comes on for John Alloway and Team Atco. 18 green and 1074.9. Into the next round they will go. Mike Harbaugh, right side. Mason Dixon entry down in the 10:08 takes on Kelly Conway. Team Island at 10:15. Once again, Super Pro round 2 should be in the lanes, please. Super Pro round 2. If you're not already there, you should be Super Pro. Five foul advantage going to Mike Harbaugh. Win light to Harbaugh. 10:09, one above is going to be your round winner there for Team Mason Dixon. Kelly was 19 green and 10-12 with a 5 on the breakout. Take 34 thou. Rob Hyatt, Phil Fryer. Hyatt, 7:56 the dial to the 10:22 for Phil Fryer. Top of the racetrack, it's going to be Rob Hyatt. Team at New England's going to be 7:59, 3 above. Fryer was breaking out at 10:21 on the 2200 by 6 thou. Next up, Iggy Falcone, right side. And Steve Grinnell alongside. Epping, New Hampshire, down in at 10:27. There for Steve Grinnell. Iggy Falcone, 9.99. Representing Esta Dragway. 4 thou red there for Falcone. Grinnell is perfect up front. And the Mustang is going to run on down to a 10:25 run at 130. Steve Clucky, right side. Steve is 867. ET prediction there for the Duster. Takes on Mike Fitz out of Connecticut. 990 gets to leave first. It's New England right, Lebanon Valley left. The matchup here as we continue on in Super Pro. Running through the gears. Here comes Steve. Mike's out in front. Top into the racetrack. It's going to be Steve Clucky. 871.9 on the 867. and 003 here at the starting line. Steve Grigori now. Gregorian at 768, representing New England Dragway, and Charlie Mule for Lebanon Valley brings up the drag turn at 733. Green lights a pair. Out and down course. Gregoire is 20 on the tree, holding 4th thou, and by 8th thou, Charlie Mule and Team Lebanon Valley is going to be your round winner. Mule is 25 total to get through this round. Ronald Gregoire, 875 the dial for the Mustang out of New England Dragway, and 744 for Jeff Krasinski in the dragster. Krasinski for Numidia, left-hand side. Win light there, Jeff Krasinski. Krasinski was 23 on the let-go and 744 dead 9. Mike LaRose now. Team Esta, down at 843, takes on Pete Biondo for Team Numidia. Queens, New York. Entry left side for Biondo in the race tech. 696 on the top end scoreboard. I'm sure Emily and the kids watching live back home on D1TV here today. Dad trying to turn on a few win lights. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Here we go. Nine thou up front. Pete Biondo is going to be your winner as LaRose turns at 15 thou red. Pete Biondo goes 697 on the 696 at 190. Motorcycles, lanes 3 and 4, please. Motorcycle, round at number 2. Motorcycle, go ahead and bring him into the lanes 3 and 4, round number 2, please. Chris Cumming, right side for Team New England. Out of Milton, New Hampshire, 743 the dial in, takes on Walt Little. And the South Mountain entry in at 1073. Right side, Chris Cummings, 746 on the 43. 3 above, take 110 thou to be your round winner there. Stephanie Diamond, right side. Diamond in the Miller-built race car out of New York, down in at 746 for Team Lebanon Valley. Kevin Render alongside. South River, New Jersey. Entry down 1029, gets to leave first. Green light left side, green light right side. Here comes Stephanie Diamond giving chase to Kevin Render. Top end wind light's going to come on left side for the door car. Kevin Redner's going to go 10:31 above and 008 here at the starting line. Stephanie was 36 going by the tree and breaks out at 44.9. Here comes Bill Wilson. Right side, 964 the dial in. Takes on Rich Wilkin at 893. It was Cutlass there for Rich Wilkin. Team Island Dragway. Of course, Bill Wilson representing Team Atco. Here in the right lane. Wind line left side, it's going to be 896 on the 93. Rich Wilk grabs the round win here as Wilson breaks out, taking a 10th to go 9:58 on the 64. Had the advantage of the starting line, just messed up the finish line. Kevin Robb now, right side. Team Maple Grove takes on Kristen Harrison or Team Lebanon Valley. Torrington, Connecticut comes the drags to the left-hand side for Kristen at 760. Kevin Robb at 694. Green lights a pair. Kevin Robb pulls up alongside, and this one's going to be left side for Kristen Harrison. 760 dead 9, maybe 29 total. Kevin Robb by 4 thou gets behind, had the advantage being 11 up front, but it goes 96 on the 94 at 183. Kevin Robb cut hard, and I just think cut a little too hard. Lynn Bowie now for Mason Dixon. 720 the dial in, takes on Maple Grove's Jason Amy. Left-hand side, Jason, 802 the dial in. Five thou red for Lynn Bowie. Jason Amy's going to be your round winner, 19 up front and a 798 at 166. Mike Nowitzki now, right-hand side, running for South Mountain. And Robbie Boyd, the Island Dragway representative, Quakertown, New Jersey. Robbie Boyd in at 780. Mike in at 750. 3/10 difference in the dials. High school, round number 2 to the lanes, please. High school to staging, preparing, please. High school into the lanes, round number 2. Nowitzki's green, so is Robbie Boyd. Better by 10 at the starting line is Robbie Boyd, and at the other end on a dual breakout, Boyd's still going to be your winner. 778 on the 80, take 5 thou. Nowitzki was 747 on the 50 at 171. Brian Balducci now. 773 the dial in for Balducci, representing Team Atco, and John Graziano for Island Dragway in at 951. Top of the racetrack, on the go breakout, Balducci is your winner, 008 and 7, 72-6 to the 950 with a 6 on the 51 for John Graziano. John Dombrowski now for New England Dragway, right side, 795 the dial-in, takes on Matt Visconi. Visconi for Team Canada at 814. John Dombrowski is 004, 16 thou ahead, and Dombrowski is going to be your winner, 797 of the 95. Over by 200, 159. Breakout for Matt, who went 811 on the 814, taking 42 thou at the finish line. Bruce Fiorito, right side for Lebanon Valley, dialed in at 688, takes on Tom Spangler. The Atco Dragway Race Tech, and at 752. Winning line left side there for Spangler, 002 and 753, one above, getting there first by 14 thou. Paul Burris now, right-hand side of the racetrack, dials in at 790 for Team Mason-Dixon. And Steve Spencer, the Atco Dragway rep, dialed in at 910. $16 thou red for Spencer. Paul Burris is going to be your winner. 009 and 789 on the 90 at 170. Dave Slusher, right side for Mason Dixon. 1083 the dial in, takes on Maple Grove's Shane Beck. Shane Beck, 791 the dial in for the dragster. Dave Slusher, 16 and behind by 6 thou. Top in, it's going to be Shane Beck, your winner, 794 of the 91. And Team Maple Grove racks another one on the list. So right now, Maple Grove is currently number one with 41 points. Mason-Dixon's 2 at 37. Numidia with 34. New England's 31. Island Dragway and Atco is at 30. Lebanon with 28. South Mountain with 24. And Esta with 21. Team Canada with 3. Austin Yount, right side. 940 the dial in for Matt Vega. takes on Jim Gagnon. In at 760. Lebanon Valley left. Maple Grove right. Here comes the dragster chasing down the Vega. Top end of the racetrack, win light, left side, Jim Gagnon, 13 green and 762 to above. Austin takes 58 to be under by 3 hun, 45 on the 48 at 136. Richie Williams now for Island Dragway, the Westbury, New York-based Chevelle, dialed in at 926, takes on Vince Mussolino's Race Tech. ProCharge Chevrolet for Esta Dragway at 670. Once again, we have made the call for motorcycle and high school to the lanes. Motorcycle and high school should be in the staging lanes, please. Mussolino gives chase to Richie Williams, 006 to a 008, and it's going to be Vince Mussolino, 672 on the 70. It's a breakout for Richie Williams, who takes 66 down to be under by 5 hun at 140. Kurt Bowers right side. Bowers is entry for Island Dragway, down at 797. Kyle Robb for Team Maple Grove. Kyle Robb, 758. ET prediction there. Kurt Bowers is 001, holding 9 thou on a dual breakout. Bowers going to be your winner, 796 with a 7 on the 797. Kyle Robb got there first by 13 thou and goes 55 on the 58 at 172. Lee Cronister now for Team South Mountain right side, 897 the dial in, takes on Mark Decker at a Harpers Ferry, West Virginia for Team Mason Dixon at 776. 18 thou red for Cronister right side. Mark Decker, your winner. 775 runs it out the back door, under by a thou at 169. Joseph Wallace and Vince Schroeder now. Schroeder's machine right side for Numidia Dragway. 701 the dial in. That's the Race Tech. And Joseph Wallace as the Dan Page build entry for New England Dragway. Out of Middletown, Rhode Island comes Joseph Wallace. Seventh thou red there for Joseph Wallace. Vince Schroeder is going to be your round winner. On the 701, it's going to be a 7 flat at 187 mile an hour charge for Vince Schroeder. Wilbur Beach and Vinny Domino now. Vinny Domino left side, 727 the dial in for the Staten Island entry. Of course, for Team Numidia. Wilbur Beach for Team Lebanon Valley. Benny DeVino, let's go. So does Beach. They both turn it green. 3 thou separate them at the starting line, and this one's going to be DeVino at the other end. 7:29 to above. Beach breaks out 63-4 on the 64 under by 6 thou, taking 34 thou. William Carroll, 786 to dial in out of Pottstown, Pennsylvania for Team Maple Grove, and Team Numidia, Bob DeMino, or Robert DeMino, I should say. Robin at 702. So Rob DeMino is going to put that race tech in the beams left side. Going to be leaving second. We look at the point standing right now. Maple Grove still won at 41. Mason Dixon's with 38. Numedia's with 36. New England and Island Dragway with 31 tied. DeMino behind by 7 thou, top in. It's going to be DeMino by 7:10 thou. 7:02.9 and 19 green. Carroll was 12 on the let go and 7:87 on the 86. Your attention to the pit area, please. We're going to make the call for Sportsman Consolation Race, lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman Consolation, lanes 1 and 2. And Pro Consolation, lanes 3 and 4. Sportsman to 1 and 2. Pro to 3 and 4 for our Consolation Race, please. Glenn Crane, right side for Lebanon Valley, dialed in at 7:20. Takes on Matt Recolaitis for Numidia Dragway in at 7:29. Glenn Crane, Matt Recolaitis, they both turn it green. Here we go to the top of the racetrack. Wind light's going to come on here for Glenn Crane. 21 up front and 7:21, taking 13 thou to be your round winner. Mark Price and Bud McNasby now. Once again, we have made the call for Sportsman and Pro Consolation of the lane. Sportsman to 1 and 2, Pro to 3 and 4 for consolation races. Mark Price, Bud McNasby waiting to put him in the beams here. Bud McNasby, 15 up front and 5 thou behind. Wind light right side. Team Numidia, Mark Price is going to be 10 and 7:42 above at 176 into the next round. He will go. Craig Rice, single run here to end out the category. For New England Dragway, the Dan Page built race car in at 775. Craig Rice, 005 here on the single run. And it's going to be 776 at 172. Once again, we have called Sportsman and Pro Constellation to the lanes, please. All right, so attention out there. We have got the results from our Team Spirit contest. The results have came in, and your winner of the Summit ET Bracket Finals Team Spirit goes to Team South Mountain. South Mountain wins your Team Spirit Award. This was a very close battle between South Mountain and Maple Grove. Maple Grove comes into a very close second. So thank you and congratulations to each and every one of the teams who participated this year. So South Mountain got the Team Spirit Award. Maple Grove had a close second. All right, we're moving into motorcycles. Frank Amalfi right side. 1062 the dial takes on Ed Hughes in an 883. Finish line stripe, it's going to be Frank Amalfi and Team Esta. It's 1063 on the 62. It's 54 up front. Amalfi into the next round. Daryl Albin right side. Dialed in at 1054 for Team Canada. And Dave Kleindietz in at 899 for Mason Dixon. $21 thou red for Kleindienst, and Daryl Albin's going to be your round winner here. On the 1054, it's going to be 1048 at 119 miles an hour. Kim Kennery right side. Team Lebanon Valley, 890 the dial, and takes on Brian Moore. Team Mason Dixon at 916. $918 on the 916 and 009 green. Brian Moore is going to be your winner. Sam Koonsman now, right side. 9 flat the dial in for Team Numidia takes on Kermit Garnett. Mason Dixon entry at 903. True start takes effect, and Kermit Garnett's going to be 008 closer on the red light, 9 flat, 147 miles an hour. And Team Mason Dixon picks up another point there. Next up, Jim Collins and Brian Canolas. Another Mason Dixon runner at 894 takes on Team Eston, Jim Collins out of New York. Super Pro Constellation lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Pro Constellation lanes 5 and 6, please. So Brian Canolas, Jim Collins. Win light left side, Brian Canolas 21 up front and 893. Jim Collins with 70 red. Tim Diglio and Don Anderson. Anderson. Ryland Dragway, 905 to dial in on the Suzuki left side. Diglio in 1172. Running through the gears, here comes Anderson. 006 and the win light on a dual breakout. Don Anderson, 893.4 on the 905 into the next round. Luke Snyder right side and Jeff Tisdale. Tisdale in at 896 to the 914 for Luke Snyder. Luke Snyder down the right-hand side here. Jeff Tisdale alongside. And the win light's going to come on for Team Lebanon Valley and Jeff Tisdale. 894.5 on the 896. Gets him the round win. Vanderbilt boys now. 903 the dial-in. Team Atco. Team Estes for Lynn Major, 798. Red light by 1 thou, Vanderbilt boys. Lynn Major is going to be your winner, 25 up front, and at the top of the racetrack, it's going to be 794.6 on the 798. Barry Stevens, by run of the category for Team Island Dragway, Lafayette, New Jersey, comes with Suzuki in at 978. We have a racer in need of a black tow pulley. He's missing it, I should say. If you find a black tow pulley, please return it to the tower. Barry Stevens, going to be 47 up front. And it is going to be a 962 run, 134 miles an hour, an in-doubt motorcycle. All right, rolling into the high school category. For round number 2, it's going to be Sage Embley right side. For Team Island Dragway, 12-18 the dial and takes on Nicholas Beeler. Team Maple Grove in at 16:53 with that Corvette. Wind light right side, 12-22 above Sage Embley in the next round of high school as Beeler broke out. Was behind by 23 here at the starting line. Takes 58 to be under, 47 on the 53. Thomas Oates down in at 12-15 for Team Mason-Dixon and Team Essex Dragway. Natalia Mussolino in the Dodge Durango, 13:29 the dial. Mussolino is going to go 13:54, gives up the finish line to the other end. It looks like had a big time advantage at the starting line. Oates is going to be closer at 12:33 on the 15. Ryan Werble now end out the category with the pie run. 12:03 the dial in for Numidia Dragway. If you are on the far side, if you are pitted on the far side and you are leaving for the weekend, the gate is open on the far side. You can exit the far side gate. You do not have to come across behind the staging lanes. You can exit the far side gate if you are pitted over there. 12:04 on the 12:03. Ryan Werble with the round wind. End out high school round 2. All right, so we're going to roll into our consolation race, round 2. This is going to be Sportsman. Mitch Spiertz, left side, 14:02 the dial in. And Lindsay Holzman-Hain in at 13:26. And the Mustang over there in the right lane. Wind light comes on right side by 61 thou. Lindsay was 20 up front and 13:34 on the 26 at 92 miles an hour. Next up, Nicole Alberts. 13:44 the dial takes on Justin Russo in at 11:59. Nicole Alberts has the advantage of the starting line, and at the other end, it's going to be no breakout. Justin Russo, your winner. 11:58 on the 59, earned by 8 thou into the next round here in consolation. Stephen George in at 12:33 right side takes on Joe Clark in 11:74. Win light there, Joe Clark with 62 up front and goes 11.74 dead 2 to be 64 total. Stephen George breaks out 12.30 on the 33. Next up, Dan Cassie right side. Cassie in the Mustang in 11.51 takes on Patsy Hammett. 13.03 the dial for Hammett in the Trans Am. 43 thou red for Hammett as Cassie's going to be 10 up front. .1141, a tenth under at 118 miles an hour for Casey down the right side. Did not matter due to the fact that Hammett turned at 43 thou red, at the starting line. Kelly Fleming right side, 12.28 the dial, takes on Norman Eisenharden at 13.17. Kelly Fleming behind at the starting line. Russ Wilbur. Bob Levers now. Win light for Russ Wilbur, 008 and 12.84, dead 9. Michael Franks, Dylan Biondo. Win light here, going to Michael Franks, 12.30 on the 29, one above. Breakout, 11.88 on the 90 there for Dylan Biondo. Now we move into our pro consolation race. Dan Walleye left side, 10.64 the dial in. And Sean Nichols alongside. Sean Nichols, 10.03 the dial. To the 10.64 for Dan over there in the AMX. light's going to come on here right side by 10 thou. Sean Nichols was 10 up front and 10.06.3 above. Dan was 003 and 10.69 off the 64. Herb Wagner now right side. 901 going to be the dial in. Takes on the 1097 ET prediction for Tom Scrifnano. We'll try that one. That took a while to figure that out, and we're still probably wrong. Scrifnano is going to turn it green. Holding 37 thou here at the starting line, and the win light by 17 thou goes to Herb Wagner. 901 dead 5. Into the next round goes that machine. Callie Klein right side. 1035 going to be the dial in for Klein. Do the 1025 dial for Mike LaRose Sr. Motorcycle Constellation, we need you to the lanes, please. Motorcycle Constellation, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Attention to the pits. Motorcycle Constellation, go ahead and bring them in the lanes. Win light left side, Mike LaRose 16 up front and 1031 off the 1025 at 117. John DeBalso in at 1061, and Fred Clark alongside in at 962. Red light by 11 thou for DeBalso. Fred Clark 9:50 to the 9:62 and 007 up front gets into the next round. Terry Lee and Mike Franek. Mike Franek left side from Oak Ridge, New Jersey. 1019 the dial, and Terry Lee in at 9:63. Sportsman round 3, lanes 1 and 2, please. Sportsman round number 3, attention to the pits. Sportsman round number 3, lanes 1 and 2, please. Terry Lee behind the starting line, and Mike Franek is going to be your round winner. 29 up front and dead 6. Troy Gerhardt right side, 10 flat the dial to Jason Mazzadas, 1001. Two thou red for Mazzata. Troy Gerhardt 13 up front and goes 9 at 98, 131 miles an hour. Christina Clark and Tanner Gutierrez now. Gutierrez in at 1099 left side from Penn, Argyle, Pennsylvania. And Christina Clark with the Duster right side. 1069 leaving second. Christina Clark, 39 up front and 1075 off the 1069, 118 miles an hour. Going to be your round winner. Jim Iresitano down at 1061, and Nelson Balot left side in at 875. These two are out of the gate. Resitano. Balot, better off the starting line, is going to be should be on the right side, and Jim Resitano is going to be your winner, 1066 on the 1061. Christina Hubbard, 1160 in the Mustang. Andrew Bercrudo in at 1074. Going to give chase. And the Pontiac Firebird. Top end of the racetrack. Wind light is going to come on here for Christina Hubbard. 1161, one above. We have called Sportsman round 3 to the staging lanes, please. Sportsman round number 3. We need you to the staging lanes. David Parker, and at 963 right side, takes on Cam Murray in 1104. Tenth thou red, Cam Murray. David Parker is going to be your round winner. On the 963, it's going to be a 965, 127 mile an hour charge. Bob Bates with the buy run here in Pro. On the 905, the Florence, New Jersey Nova runs here at 908. 3 above at 144 miles an hour to end out that round of consolation in the Pro category. Your attention to the pit area, please. Pro Eliminator round 3, lanes 5 and 6. Pro Eliminator round 3, lanes 5 and 6, please. Pro, come on down, round 3 to lanes 5 and 6. Constellation Super Pros coming out now. Daryl Tillman right side, 864 the dial, and Bradley Doss alongside in at 1151. 2 thou red, Bradley Doss. Daryl Tillman's going to be your winner. 35 up front and 860 on the 864 at 154 miles an hour. Terrence Sachs and Carabelle Visconti now comes up. 780 on the dial board left side for Carroll. Here comes Carroll down the left side. Terrence Sachs' Camaro out in front. Top end of the racetrack. This one's going to go to the dragster. Carol Bell Visconti, a 783 on the 780, 159 miles an hour. Jamie Diamond now. Right side, dialed 741, takes on Jeff Kondratik in at 883. Jeff Kondratik holding 3 thou, finish line stripe. This one's going to go to Kondratik, 884 on the 83 at 167 miles an hour. Jamie Diamond was 28 up front and 739 on the breakout at 179. Pat Houghton right side, 942 the dial, takes on Todd Martin in at 758. Super Pro round 3 to lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Pro round 3 to lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro lanes 3 and 4 for round number 3, please. $17 thou red for Pat Houghton right side. Todd Martin's going to be your winner. On the 758, it's going to be 756 at 175. Richie Shaw now, right-hand side, dialed in at 864, takes on Jason Wilson in at 757. $13 to the perfect reaction time, and this one on a dual breakout. Jason Wilson is going to be closer. 755 on the 57. Ripshaw was 862 on the 64. Shelby Werble, right side. Werble's dialed in at 811, takes on Mark Orlowski in at 989. Shelby Rubel flat out missed the tree. Orlowski's going to be 10 up front. Dual breakout. And how about Shelby Rubel? She was 104 and gets the round win due to the fact she was closer on the breakout. 8-10 with the 2 on the 8-11. David Tenney right side. 10:04 the dial in. Takes on Heather Boyko. Boyko in at 740. Heather Boyko has the advantage, holding 11th thou, and this one is going to go on another dual breakout to Heather Boyko. 7:37 on the 740 to the 10 flat on the 10:04. Difference there, 7 thou. Margin of victory going to Heather Boyko. Jack Grader right side. Dialed in at 8:05. And Mark Beaton alongside in the dragster in at 780. Red light left side, wind light right side for Jack Grader. Top end, Grader 806, one above, 168 miles an hour. The Thunderbird gets the job done there. All right, rolling into our motorcycle consolation round. All right, so we look at our team points right now. The standings are Maple Grove and Mason-Dixon are tied at 41. Numidia is at 38. Island Dragway at 33. New England Dragway at 32. Lebanon is at 31. Atco's at 30. South Mountain at 24. So's Esta. And Team Canada at 4. All right, so we are rolling in to round number 3 of Sportsman Eliminator. Steve Sealman, right side, 1362 the dial, takes on Mike Mackey. In 1151, it's Numidia left and Team Esta right side. First pair in round 3 officially set to go. Mike Mackey, Steve Sealman close it in on the finish line. Here comes the red Ford Mustang, and Mike Mackey is going to be your winner. 11:53 on the 51 and 16 up front. Sealman was 86 and breaks out at 13:57. Adam Warner left side. 14 Maple Grove out of Reading down in 11:88. John Dixon 11:75 right side for Team Island Dragway. El Camino versus the Nova. Adam Warner, left-hand side of the racetrack, has the advantage on a dual breakout. It's going to be Warner, 11:79, 8 on the 88. Gets him the round win. David Toms, left side. Team Mason-Dixon. Down in at 12 flat, and Debbie Boyer. South Mountain entry in 11:95. Debbie Boyer down course there, right side, 006 up front, and on a dual breakout, it's going to be David Toms, your winner. 11:96 on the 12 flat to Boyer's, 11:89 on the 95, 110. Joe McLaughlin left side. McLaughlin 13:16 the dial. Takes on David Myers in at 12:52. Maple Grove left. Mason-Dixon right. Well, they are currently tied at 42, so this is going to put one team in the lead right here. Wind light's going to come on here for Joe McLaughlin. 31 up front, and Team Maple Grove grabs the round win there. 13:15 under by 9 thou. Next up, Dave Harvey and Brandon Winsel. Winsel left side, 1780 the dial in the truck to the 11:95 ET prediction for Dave Harvey out of Barrington, New Jersey. Brandon Winsel trying to propel Maple Grove ahead again. Dave Harvey trying to add one there for Team Atco. Wenzel probably turned around there in the passenger seat looking. Brake lights on the truck. Wind light for the truck. 1784 for above. Brandon Wenzel is going to be your winner right there. Dave Harvey went down there and takes 90 on the breakout, 1193 on the 95. Steve Seelman, right side, 1311 the dial in. Team Estes, and CJ Ketterer, 1152 the dial. With the Ford Maverick out of Maple Grove. Steve Seelman, 003 holding a bunch, and it's going to be Steve Seelman. 1311 dead 6 to be 9 total. Breakout for Ketterer, 34 up front and goes 48 off the 52. Tad Mealy left side. Another one of the Maple Grove runners. Down in 1194 takes on Cody Roberts and Team Mason Dixon in 1160. Cody Roberts starting to look over the left shoulder with the Mustang, trying to put the nose out in front. And it's going to be the win light. Cody Roberts dead 3 and 008 up front. Ted was 25 going by the tree and 1198 on the 94 at 109. Dylan Moore, right side. Mason Dixon entry. And Maryland down at a 1223 takes on David Chiretta. And at 1154 with the Pontiac GTO. Team Maple Grove left. Both are going to be clean and green. Rada left side, Moore right. 7 thou advantage going to the left side, but by 8 thou, Dylan Moore is going to be your winner for Team Mason Dixon. 12-23 dead 6 to be 28 total. So Maple Grove and Mason Dixon are tied once again at 44. Numidia is at 39. Islands at 33, New England's at 32, Lebanon's at 31, and Atco's at 30. Very close points battle here. Brian Kuhn, left side. South Mountain in at 13:05 there for Brian Kuhn. And Jillian Wise, Team Mason Dixon in at 11:52 right side. Win light here, right side, Jillian Wise and Team Mason Dixon, 11:54, 2 above. Into the next round, they will go. Brian was 97 here at the starting line and breaks out, 13:02 on the 13:05. John Wininsko now out of Carlisle, Pennsylvania for Team South Mountain with the bye run in the category at 14:49. John Wininsko knocks the tree down at 18 green in the truck. Been killing it lately. Top end on the 1449. It is going to be a 1466 at 94 miles an hour. So as we get ready to move into our pro category for the next round, I do want to thank each and every viewer on our D1TV presented by MicroStrategies for watching live here this weekend. of the NHRA Northeast Division Summit ET Bracket Finals. Just a reminder that each and every event here in D1 and on D1TV presented by MicroStrategies is free to the viewer. Thanks to our great sponsors that we have that have invested in some really great equipment, and obviously keeping it free to the viewer. So now Pro rolls into the water box to do battle for round number 3. This is going to be the matchup between Martin Flagel and Wayne Seavey. So the Mustang right side for the New England Dragway runner. 11:53 takes on Martin Flagel. And Team Maple Grove, that Nova at 9:48 left-hand side. $47th thou red for Wayne. Martin Flagel is going to be your round winner. 21 up front. And the Chevrolet is going to run on down to a 9:43 elapsed time at 141 miles an hour. Tony Bonanno left side, 10:06 the dial in. Team Mason Dixon left side. And Matt Consiglio. Consiglio wheeling the Nova in at 10:61. There for Team Esta Dragway. They're out of the gate. Old school Chevrolets a pair. Consiglio right, Bonanno left. Better at the starting line was Matt Consiglio. Better at the top end is Tony Bonanno by 17 thou. 10:07, one above, gets in the round win. Now Mason Dixon is one up on Maple Grove. Currently at 46 points. Maple Grove's at 45. Numedia's at 39. Island 33. New England 32. Lebanon at 31. Atco at 30. Next up, Dave Harvey, right side, 10:83 the dial. John Crutchfield alongside, in at 9:36. Team Atco over there on the right side for Dave Harvey turns it green. So does Team Maple Grove at John Crutchfield. Win light goes to Dave Harvey. 10:82 on a dual breakout. It's going to be closer under by 2 thou. Harvey, your winner. Joe Dedrick now, 8:58 the dial. The Maple Grove runner right side takes on Dennis Boyle and Team Lebanon Valley. Out of Beacon, New York, 10:08 the ET prediction. There for Dennis Boyle in the Duster. Joe Dedrick holding 10 here at the starting line. Rolls on down through there, and on a dual breakout, Dedrick is going to be your winner. 8:56 on the 58. 8 thou difference on the breakout. Dedrick grabs one for Team Maple Grove, and now Mason Dixon and Maple Grove are tied once again at 46. Jim Schmidbauer left side. Lebanon Valley entry. Brings up the Nova dialed in at 10:38. Takes on Kyle Murray in at 10:24 for Team New England and the Dodge Dakota pickup truck. Sportsman Motorcycle lanes 1 and 2, please. Sportsman Motorcycle round 3. Sportsman Motorcycle, we need you to the lanes for round 3, please. Cal Murray's going to be 14 green and grabs one for Team New England. 10:29 on the 10:24 at 120 on speed. Into the next round goes the Dodge Dakota. Scott Embley right side now. Wheeling the Chevelle in at 9:42. There for Island Dragway and Walter Morgan's entry for Team Numidia in at 10:18 with the first gen Chevrolet Camaro. Scott Embley is going to be 008 up front, top into the racetrack. It's going to be Embley, 9:42, dead 4. To be 12 total. Breakout for Walter Morgan, who was 30 at the starting line. He goes 10:16 on the 18 at 130. Anthony DePietro now. Team Lebanon Valley right side, taking on Team Atco. It's going to be John Alloway. Alloway turns it green, so does DePietro. Top into the racetrack, wind light here. Right side, Team Lebanon on a dual breakout, 10:28 on the 10:31 to the 10:71-2 on the 74. Difference there, 1 thou. Anthony DePietro is going to be your winner. Next up, Darius Winiger, left side. Team South Mountain dialed in at 10:66, takes on Mark Harbaugh. Harbaugh, Mason-Dixon entry, 10:09. This is a big matchup right here. If Mason-Dixon grabs one, they're going to be ahead by a point over Maple Grove. 14 thou advantage going to the Pontiac right side for Harbaugh. The win light to Mark Harbaugh. 10:08 on the 10:09. Another dual breakout affair. We've been seeing a whole bunch of them this round in pro. Mark Harbaugh, your winner. Here comes LG Nichols right side. 9:83 the dial in out of Connecticut. And Randy Alloway in at 10:20 with that Camaro. South Mountain on the left. Lebanon Valley on the right. Side by side here in round 3 of pro they come. 7th thou red light start for Alloway. Your winner, Nichols, over on the right-hand side of the racetrack on the 983. It is going to be a 9:78 run at 136. Next up, Robert Mullaney, right side for Team Atco, and at 9:57 takes on Terry Updegraff for South Mountain. 9:71 the dial in there for Terry Updegraff. Updegraff is behind. Mullaney is ahead at 009 and breaks out. Rob Mullaney had this one won him, but it takes too much of the stripe. Terry Updegraff is going to be 9:71, dead 0, and 36 total. Jeff Krasinski and Paul Cole. Krasinski, 9:19 the dial for Team Numidia and South Mountain's Paul Cole. Leaving first. It's Ford versus Chevrolet. Krasinski, 006, holding a bunch. It should be Jeff. It is. Jeff Krasinski continues his winning ways here this weekend, being one above. Paul Cole was 47 here at the starting line and goes to 11:10 on the 11:16. Todd Lipke right side. Team Esta Dragway takes on Atco's Bud McNasby. The Omega left side for McNasby in at 10:88. Lipke in at 10 flat. Todd Lipke giving chase to the Omega. McNasby is holding a bunch. He's 13 up front on a dual breakout. Bud McNasby is your winner for Team Atco. We look at the points. Mason-Dixon's number 1 at 47. Maple Grove with 46. Numidia has 40. Islands 34. New England 33. Lebanon 33. Atco 32. South Mountain 26. Esta 25. And Team Canada with 4. Next up, Kyle Robb on the left side. 975 the dial in. That's the Maple Grove machine. For A1 Mulch, A1 Motorsports, and Tyler Weicker alongside. Tyler Weicker and Island Dragway, they are holding a few thou here at the starting line. Can the pickup truck hold on? Nope, not going to happen. Kyle Robb's going to be your winner by 8 thou, 978 on the 975 at 130. Kevin Core, right-hand side of the racetrack now, 1024 the dial in. Team Numidia takes on Butch Winrich, or Weinrich. Let's try that. Team Mason-Dixon, 1102, left side. A little dry hop. Twelfth thou red there for Weinrich. Kevin Core, 008 up front. And it's going to be your winner. The Myerstown, Pennsylvania entry goes 11:10 on the 10:24. Off the gas early. Robert Smith and Dave Harvey now. Harvey in 11:55. 10:16 there for Smith. Maple Grove right. Atco left. Top out of the racetrack. Give this one to Robert Smith. 22 up front. 10:18 on the 10:16. 2 above. And Team Maple Grove grabs one right there. So we look at the points. Maple Grove is now up 1 over Mason-Dixon with 48. Mason-Dixon has 47. Numidia at 41. Island 34. New England 33. Lebanon Valley at 33. Atco at 32. South Mountain 26. Esta at 25. And Team Canada at 4.
All right, thank you. And we're going to take over, see if I can even speak after a day of being fed up there at the track. Wow. I need sportsman consolation. I need the sportsman consolation cars to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman consolation to lanes 5 and 6. David Harvey to third. Nope. Well, we get it. Peter Biondo. Steve Clucky. Peter down to 697 to an 868 for Steve. Steve in the Plymouth Duster door car pretty fast. I think he wiggled the last time I watched him come down the track off the start line, so we'll keep an eye on that right now. And Peter ran within 1, I believe. Was down at the bottom end on his last run. right, Steve rolls out of the beams, turning the wind light on automatically for Peter. He's 102 at the 60 foot and blasting 443 at the 8th at 156 and through the quarter. Runs it out the back door. 698 on a 697, 190 miles an hour. And he'll be going to round number 4. How's that? I'd say that's pretty sweet. At least for lane 1. Next pair is Vinny Domino. I wonder if anybody knows him. I know his nephew's downstairs watching out the window saying, "Go, Uncle Vinny, go, Uncle Vinny." John Dabrowski on the right-hand side. Racing for Team New England, I believe. Yep. Team Numidia, Team New England. Yep, we called Sportsman Consolation into lanes 5 and 6. All right, both of them taking their time finding the starting line, but it's still there. It was there last year, and it's still there this year. Inching their way forward, though. They just blink those lights ever so cautiously, making sure that they do the same thing each and every time. Peter's in. Oh, no, Vinny's in. Spank me if you can. Big end of the track, that 002 light. And a dead on with the 2, a 4th thou package strapped on Vinny there. Wow. John picks up the win, goes to round 3. Vinny, a 27 with a 9, dead on with a 9, but a 17. So, oh well, that's what they call drag racing. All right, Charlie Muley and Mark Price, our next pair. Charlie got a 733, and I've seen that number come up on the board dead on each and every time. Mark Price, 739 in his dragster. M&M, I believe he can run the number 2. So this ought to be a good race. They get off the starting line clean. They definitely have it at the big end. Well, they're pretty clean. One advantage. And right side, 11 no, advantage there, dead on. Look at that, 41 with a 9, not dead on, but took margin of victory is 92 ten-thousandths of a second, or 9 thousandths if you want to say it that way. Mark Price advances, so Team Numidia Dragway moves 1 forward. Robert Domino, his son is downstairs watching on. That's Pete looking out the window. Chris Cummings, right-hand side, 744 to Robert's 702. All right, both drivers are off. Green lights both sides. 13,000 package. Right side picking up the win. A 744.3. Dead on with the 3. A 10 light, so a 13th thou package. Robert, 023. Nothing, no slouch there. And a 702 dead on with a 5. Just couldn't take the stripe. Rich Wilk and Paul Burris, our next pair. Paul Burris, Team Mason-Dixon Dragway, right-hand side. Left-hand side, Island Dragway. 895 to a 789. This is going to be a very close race as both drivers are good on the tree. Burris picks up the win, makes us tied again with Maple Grove. He's dead on with a 0. 27th thou package. That ties Maple Grove and Mason-Dixon with 48 points. Jim Cagnon and Robert Hyatt are next pair. New England Dragway up against Lebanon Valley, 762 to a 759, and that's pretty close. I need the pro cars in the consolation race. Pro consolation to lanes 1 and 2. Need pro consolation cars to lanes 1 and 2. Win light lane 1, 763 on a 62. Jim Cagnon, Lebanon Valley scores a point and moves forward to round number 4. I need the pro consolation race to lanes 1 and 2. Pro consolations to lanes 1 and 2. All right, Kevin Render and Craig Rice are next pair. A 1030 to a 777. It's going to seem like eternity for lane 2 for Craig. And he drops it red by 3 thou on lane 1, turning the automatic win on for Craig Rice. Craig 493 at the 8th and a 777. Dead on with a 2 run. Robbie Boyd and Vince Schrader are next pair, 779 to a 699. They call it walking and woeing. Team Numidia over on the right-hand side for Vince. Team Island on 1. All right, we're green on both sides and advantaged by about 13 on one side, and he picks up the win. 0-13 on the tree, a 780 with the 9. Good for the win for Robbie Boyd. He'll go to round 4. Vince losing out with a 7 flat on his 699. Brings up Jason Amy for Team Maple Grove and Kurt Bowers, Team Island Dragway. All right, green light start for both cars. One of them with a distinct advantage and can't make that come into, wow. Island Dragway picks up that point by 59 ten-thousandths of a second. All right, Mark Decker coming up in lane number 1, Mason-Dixon Dragway. Glenn Crane, right-hand side, Lebanon Valley, 720 to a 775 dial-in. 720 is pretty quick. 699 is quicker. Both drivers are looking for that starting line, and one of them's found it. All right, almost dead even on the starting line as they chase the stripe at the finish line. Lane 2, dead on with the 3, picks up the win to a 777 for Mark Decker. Decker 018 on the tree to an 016 on the tree for Glenn. Glenn picks up the point for Lebanon Valley. Shane Beck and Brian Chicken Balducci. Right-hand side, down to 773 to a 793 for Shane. All right, both drivers found a tree. And we are green on both sides. Separated by 4 thousandths on the starting line. Let's see what happens at the big end. Lane 1 picking up the win on a double breakout. First to the finish by 14 10,000ths. A 792 with the 5 on a 793. Just off by 5 thou, but he was better on the tree and closer to the dial. Balducci is out. Thomas Tom Spangler, 752 dial in the left side of your track in the Vreeland Harley-Davidson lane. Right-hand side's Kristen Harrison. Kristen dialed a 760. No slouch on that car either. This is pretty much a heads up. 800ths of a second separate these two, and that's not a lot. Let's see if we can even notice who moves first on the starting line. I couldn't tell. And when you look at the tree here, one of these drivers, 002, picks up the win at the stripe. A 754 with a 6. Good for the win.
I watched Tommy Spangler at the US 13 do 2 000, both of them, and he lost.
His competition was 009 on the tree. Vince Mussolino with 672 dial in. This is the quickest car on the property right now, number 1 for Esta Dragway. He's up against a pretty tough cookie, though, Jeff Krasinski over on the right-hand side. And Jeff says, I got Mussolino's number. All right, looking for Super Pro Consolation to lanes 3 and 4. Like to have Super Pro Consolation to lanes 3 and 4. Right now, Team Maple Grove out in front with 49 points. Maple Grove 48. Numidia 44 closing in. New England Dragway tied with Island at 36. 35 at Lebanon Valley. Atco 33. South Mountain 26. Esta 25. Team Canada. Oh, Canada 4. Steve, your bye run. No slouch on the tree. 003 on the tree. And out just a little bit of 16 with a 5 on a 25. But still a win late. And that's what it's all about. Team New England.
All right, last call for Street Sportsman Consolation Race. Looks like we're missing one driver. We will go without you. This is a last call for Street Sportsman Consolation Race. You need to be in the lanes.
All right, motorcycles and sleds coming around. This is round number 3 of them, right? Did I miss anything? God, I'm smart. Holy mackerel. It's taken me 17. That second to last one had a perfect light, right? Yeah. Yep, triple O and didn't convert it into a win. That's always a burn ticket to me. Brian Knowles, left-hand side up against Daryl Albin. Daryl, Team Canada, dialed in a 1047. Brian, an 892, Team Mason-Dixon. One of these rider drivers got a little bit better light. Let's see what happens at the big end. Runs him out. Brian picks up the win. Brian did not have the better light. The 36 over for Darrell. Brian was 0.48, but was able to stay in at 8.97 on that 8.92. Good for the win. Team Mason-Dixon just came up and tied Maple Grove one more time. 49-49. Jeff Tinsdale and Frank Almafi. Frank on his Yamaha down to 1062 up against the Mud Skipper. Boy, that's a good name for that. 1988 Mud Skipper. That was before I was born. Not. Up. Well, anyhow, only one thou separates them on the starting line. Let's see what happens at the big end of the track. Breakout run for Frank. Turning the wind line on for Jeff. Team Lebanon Valley picks up that. Our next pair sees Kermit Garnett, the third, left-hand side of your track, down at 9 flat. He's up against Barry Stevens, 967. Well, both lights are definitely green. One's really green. Let's see what happens at the big end, at the stripe. Oh, wow. That was a gift. 122 on the tree and a 9 flat, dead on with a 1 to a breakout. 964 on a 67. Wow, that just bumped us out to number 1 at 50 points. No partiality here. Anyhow. Yep. I can remember my 50th birthday. That was a quarter century ago. Not almost. All right. Wow. A great light and a good light. And let's see what happens at the big end. The great light, a 922 for Brian Moore. Team Mason-Dixon just bumps in 51 points. Good for the win. Losing out an 803 on a 795, and he was not real good on the tree. All right, this is your bye bike. It's Don Anderson. He's 015 on the tree out of Island Dragway. We'll give you his incrementals. 8th mile, 554 to 120 through the quarter. Knocking it out at 890 with a 3, 143 miles an hour within 7th thou of his prediction. All right, that completes round number 3. And I was going to try to give you the numbers, but we're not in a class yet. Soon to give them to you for all the classes. All right, we're moving into the consolation race. This is, I think, round 3 of this, or no, 2. Round 3 of the Consi. Okay. Joe Clark and Lindsey Holman Hain. A 13:22 for Lindsey dial in, right-hand side of your track. Up against Joe Clark's 11:73. And an update on the points after 3 rounds. Mason Dixon sitting in number 1 with 51 points. Maple Grove, number 2 at 49. 44 for Numidia. New England Dragway, 37, tied with Island at 37. 36 for Lebanon Valley. Atco Raceway, 33. South Mountain, 26. And Esta, 25. Team Canada, 4. All right, looking for a win light at the quarter mile. Left-hand side. Joe Clark picking up the win. 11:76 on a 73. Was 0:18. Wasn't the better light, but closer to the dial. Picks up the win and goes to round number 4. Marching. That's what they call it. Travis Paquin up against Russ Wilbur. Russ at 12:83 dial in. The quicker of the two cars. 14:30 for Travis. Travis going to get the head start. He's... Last call for Super Pro Consolation Race. Last call for Super Pro Consolation Race. We need you to be into the lanes. All right, motorcycle consolation race to lane 7. Motorcycle consolation race to lane 7. So we should have everybody that's in the consolation race in a lane by now. If you won round 1 and 2, we need you for round 3. Norman Eisenhart and Dan Cassie are next pair. Norman's going to get the head start. And he goes red by 1 thou. Turning the wind light on for Dan Cassie. Happy puppy in that Ford Mustang. He cruises to a victory with 11:41 with a 9 on his 51, holding a 10th. All right, Sportsman cars, round number 4 to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, round number 4 to lanes 5 and 6 for the Summit AT Bracket Finals. Round 4, Sportsman to 5 and 6. Michael Franks and Justin Brusso are next pair. 12:29 for Michael, a little bit of a head start. About 3/4 of a second. It's halfway to the tree. As we march the stripe, both of them are green. One of them, both good lights, really, for the class. Right lane, picking up the win. 0:19 on the tree. 11:61 on that 11:58. All right, I think we're getting ready for our next class, and this is still in the consolation area, but we have called Sportsman to 5 and 6 for round number 4 for the Summit AT brackets. So we're looking for the Sportsman cars to lane 5 and 6 for round number 4. That's this many, in case you can't hear me. Guess what we're in now? All right, Team Canada. Oh, Canada, the consolation race supercars were missing from the staging lanes. Missing 2 cars, Team Canada, to the staging lanes. All right, we got Michael Franks. No, we don't. We've got Michael LaRose Sr. and Herb Wagner on the starting line for round number 3, 4. A 10:23 to an 8:98. Round 3. Carries the wheels out to the 60 foot, lays them back down, and charges to the quarter mile. And breaks out doing so, an 8:99 on an 8:98 for Herb Wagner. Right-hand side, Team Lebanon Valley picks up that point. Next up is Mike Franix against David Parker. Mike, an 10:18 dial in to a 9:65 for Lebanon Valley. Team Island, left-hand side. Team Lebanon, right-hand side. Chevrolet versus Mopar. We're having our own Mopar, Chevrolet, and Ford show here today. We've got them all. And if you don't like Chevrolet, would you call you General Motors? All right, close. 3 thou separate these 2 drivers as they march to the quarter mile. Left side picks up the win on a double breakout. 0.29 on the tree, a 10.14 with the 2 on a 10.18. Out by a bunch, but out by 5 over on the other side. 9.60 on a 9.65. Troy Gearhart, Team Mason-Dixon Dragway, left-hand side against Robert Bates. 9.08 dial in. 10 flat to 9.08. 1 second roughly difference. All right, I need Pro ET round number 4 to lanes 1 and 2. Pro ET round number 4 to lanes 1 and 2. Troy goes red by 0.14, but triple O for Robert Bates. And he runs out 9.03 by a 7, but he was triple O on the tree and picks up the win. Lane 2, Team Atco. Sean Nichols and Christiana Hubbard. 10.02 to an 11.58 on the Consi. Christina Clark and Jim Erectiano. Wow. I don't think I'd like that name in the first grade. 10.67 to a 10.70. All right, red light start for Christina. Jim picks up the win late. He runs out with a 10.63 and a 5 on that 10.67 dial-in. I don't know whether they're doing this on purpose and holding that much or the cars are just getting that much quicker. Fred Clark, your by car, left-hand side. Down to 958 gets a free pass into the next round. All right, pros should be coming back into lanes 1 and 2 for round number 4 of the Summit ET Bracket Finals here at Numidia. So pro cars should be in 1 and 2. That is correct. All right, we are in Super ET Consolation Race. And we're having fun. Well, we're pretending we're having fun. But we really are. First pair is Heather Boyko and Shelby Rubel. Shelby, a 810 dial in to the quicker Heather Boyko, 739. All right, smacking that Christmas tree with one of these drivers. And can't turn it. Wow. Dead on with the one over in lane 1. Up against a 008 for Shelby. Stripe 7/10 thousandths of a second. Really tighten that race up. Dead on with a 1 and an 029 light. That was great. Jeff Krendatic and Darrell Tillman. Here's one of our Team Canada cars that was missing. He found his way in. He's against the split window Corvette over on the right-hand side. 861 to an 883. And the smart money is on the winner. All right, Super Pro, round 4 of the ET bracket finals to lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro, round number 4 of the ET bracket finals to lanes 3 and 4. We'll do it when it gets quiet again after this run. All right, green lights on both sides, one slightly better. And the 011 light turns it into a victory for Jason Wilson. 757 and 171 miles an hour. Took the stripe and the margin of victory by 57 10/1000ths. Tight race at the finish line. Jack Grader and Bell Visione. A 780 dial into an 805. Loving that door car. Fast Thunderbird. All right, listen up. Sportsman that's getting ready to come out for round number, I think, 4, which is correct. Winners of this Sportsman this round will come directly back to lane 1. Pro Cars winners this round, round number 4, will come back to lane 2. Super ET Cars, round number 4, winners will come back to lane 3. So while we have you in the lanes, winners of Sportsman will come back to lane 1. Winners of Pro will come back to 2. Winners of Super will come back to 3. For the bracket ET race, correct, Summit ET race. Consolation, we'll cover that when we call you into the lanes the next time. So listen carefully. When we call you into the lanes, then we'll go from there. All right, listen up. Need round number 4, motorcycles to lane 7 for the Summit ET bracket finals. Round 4 for motorcycles for the Summit ET bracket finals, I need you to lane 7. All right, this is your buy bike in the consolation of bikes. He's off the line with a green light. I'll let him tell you what it is if he wants to. And in 885, dead on with a 2 at the big end. The only thing missing was a great reaction time.
All right, rolling into 2, Sportsman. Sportsman round number 4. Cody Roberts and Brandon Wenzel going to match up here. The Mustang giving chase on the right side, 11:59 the dial. Wenzel at 17:75, way out and down course is the truck. Brake lights are going to start to come on right about now, and the wind light goes to the truck again. Team Maple Grove was 29 up front and 17:77 on the 75. Roberts was 39, 10th thou behind, and goes 58 on the 59, under by 100th, taking 26th thou. John Wininsko, right side at 14:49 the dial in the truck, and Joe McLaughlin alongside. South Mountain right side, Maple Grove left side. Wininsko's truck, McLaughlin's Malibu. Top end of the racetrack they go, and the wind light shines there in the left-hand lane at 13:22 on the 14. Takes 80 to be your round winner. Wininsko is late at 70 and goes 14:63 on the 49. So Mason-Dixon and Maple Grove is tied up at 51. Numidia's in third at 44. New England with 37. Island, Dragway with 37 as well. Lebanon Valley right behind them at 36. Atco's at 33. South Mountain at 26. Est at 25. And Team Canada with 4. Julian Wisedow, right side for Team Mason-Dixon, takes on Adam Warner for Team Maple Grove. Big matchup this is. They are out of the gate. True start takes effect, and the wind light shines for Maple Grove. Adam Warner, 002 red. And on the 1182, the El Camino is going to run here at 1181, 113 miles an hour. Sportsman Constellation, we need you to lane number 5, please, single file. Sportsman Constellation, we need you to the lanes, lane number 5. David Toms and Mike Mackey is going to match up next. 16th thou red for Mike Mackey. David Tom's going to be your round winner. Gets one in the books there for Team Mason-Dixon. 11.96 dead 5. Into the next round goes David Toms. Now Maple Grove and Mason-Dixon is tied at 52. Dylan Moore, Team Mason-Dixon left side. 12.23 the dial. Takes on Steve Seelman in at 13.07. The Pontiac running there for Team Esta Dragway. $22 thou red for Seelman. Dylan Moore is going to be your winner. Maryland-based Mustang at 12.18 on the 12.23 with the round win at 111. Now we're going to roll into the category of Pro. Round number 4. Pro Eliminator comes into the water box. We have called Sportsman Constellation lanes 5, single file. We'll take Pro Constellation. Lane number 6, please. Pro Constellation into lane number 6. Martin Flegel left side. Team Maple Grove takes on Mark Harbaugh for Team Mason-Dixon. Another monster matchup. These two tracks are just swinging at each other back to back. 9:47 left side, 10:07 right side. Find out who's going to take the points lead. Mason-Dixon is one up right now on Maple Grove, 52-53. Mark Harbaugh has a red light start by a bunch. Flegel is going to be your winner. Maple Grove at 9:58, 122 miles an hour in the Novas into the next round. Joe Dedrick, right side. Maple Grove takes on Tony Bonanno and Mason-Dixon. The Chevelle is down in at 10:04 for Bonanno, 8:56 for Dedrick. Here comes that 8-second ride at Joe Dedrick chasing after Bonanno. Tony is way late here at the starting line, and Maple Grove gets one here. 8:59 on the 56 at 1:49. So now it is Maple Grove with 54, Mason-Dixon with 53. Here comes Bud McNasby right side. 10:88 the dial in. Team Atco takes on Kyle Robb and the Chevy 2 out of Denver, Pennsylvania. 9:77 going to be leaving first or second for Kyle Robb, and he's another one of the Maple Grove runners. Kyle Robb stands on the gas. McNasby's way out in front. 004 to a 48, and this one is going to go to Bud McNasby by 4 thou. 10:92 on the 10:88 gets him the round win at $1.15. Dave Harvey, right side. 10:81 the dial in, takes on Scott Embley. Emily's Machine for Island Dragway at 9:39 out of Saylorsburg, Pennsylvania. And Dave Harvey for Team Atco, 1081, going to be leaving first. $40,000 red there for Scott Embley. Day's over. Dave Harvey going to be your round winner. On the 1081, it is going to be 1082.9, 120 miles an hour. Dave Harvey into the next round. Cal Murray and Corey Updegraff. Updegraff left side for South Mountain down in a 971. And for New England Dragway, Kyle Murray brings up the Dodge Dakota. Updegraff, green. Murray, green. Kyle Murray's better, being 036. Top end, it's going to be Murray. 1028, 4 above. Take 15,000 to be your round winner. Kyle Murray grabs one there for New England Dragway. Next up, LG Nichols right side for Lebanon Valley. 980 the dial in, takes on Maple Groves, Robert Smith. And the Chevy 2 left side, dialed in at 1016. LG Nichols is behind, but guess what? Robert Smith was 15 and takes 74 on the breakout to be under by 9 thou. 983 on the 980. LG Nichols and Lebanon Valley is going to be your round winner there. Kevin Core, right side. 1024 the dial in for Team Numidia. And Anthony DePietro alongside. Lebanon Valley runner out of Connecticut in at 1028. 400 difference in the dials here as they roll to the starting line side by side. Well, when the car on the right side leaves before the car on the left side, and the left side car had the hardest start, that's never a good thing. But guess what? Things switched up at the finish line. Kevin Cord takes 52 to break out, 10:23.4 on the 2400 by 6 thou. DePietro is 2 above and gets the round win. Jeff Krasinski with the bye run of the Camaro now. $13 up front. Krasinski's Camaro for Team Numidia is going to run here at 9:14.7, 144 miles an hour for the round win. That will end out Pro round number 4. right, here we go. We're going to roll into Super Pro round number 4 here today. Jim Gagnon had some issues back in the staging lanes, got it fired up, and now completes the burnout left side for Team Lebanon Valley out of Norfolk, Connecticut. Gagnon in at 763. Mark Price for Team Numidia in at 742. First pair in round number 4 is ready to go. Find out who's going to advance. Right now, Maple Grove holds the number 1 spot in the team standings at 54. Mason Dixon with 53. .006 to a 12. Mark Price with the advantage, but by 6 thou, Jim Gagnon's going to be your round winner. Dead 3 to be 15 total for Jim Gagnon down the left-hand side. Paul Burris, right side. Team Mason Dixon takes on Pete Biondo and Team Numidia. It's 698 for Biondo to the 788 for Paul Burris, right side. Pete Biondo gives chase down the left side. The Race Tech has the advantage at the starting line, and Pete Biondo uncharacteristically takes too much stripe. 697, 7 on the 98 breakout. He had a 19 thou advantage at the starting line, but takes 31 thou at the other end. Paul Burris, Team Mason Dixon, your winner. Steve Grinnell, left side. 1018 the dial-in out of Epping, New Hampshire for Team New England. And Kurt Bowers alongside for Island Dragway. Bowers, 795 to the 1018. We just talked about the Mustang. Bumps in. Here comes the tree. Lights, let's go off the top. They're both going to turn it green. 001 to a 005. Steve Grinnell's closer, and it's going to be Grinnell. 10-21 on the 10-18 at 129, and the door card into the next round. So right now, Maple Grove and Mason Dixon tied at 54. Chris Cumming comes up right side. Down at 744, takes on Robbie Boyd at 780. Super Pro, Constellation Lane 5, please. Super Pro, Constellation Lane number 5. Attention to the pits, Super Pro, Constellation Lane number 5, please. Motorcycle, Constellation Final. Motorcycle, lane Constellation Final to lane 6, please. Chris Cumming, Robbie Boyd advantage goes to Boyd. Winlight to Boyd. 781, one above. Team Island Dragway picks up the round win there. Cumming was 40 and 743-2. Breakout under by 8 thou. Motorcycle Constellation Final to lane number 6, please. Pro Eliminator round 5 to lane number 2, please. Pro Eliminator round number 5 to lane number 2. Yeah. Pro, we need you to lane number 2 for round 5. I challenge anybody to come up here and sit in this tower right now. It is quite the mayhem. But it's good mayhem, right? Shane Beck, Craig Rice, the matchup now. Craig Rice, right side. For New England Dragway, 778, 792 for Shane Beck. For Team Maple Grove. 19 thou advantage going to Shane Beck. Dual breakout, and Shane Beck is going to be closer. 791, 7 on the 92. Craig Rice with 776 on the 78 for the loss. Glenn Crane and Tom Spengler. Once again, we have made the call for Pro round 5 to lane number 2. Pro Eliminator round 5 to lane number 2, please. So Tom Spengler. Atco Dragway left side. Lebanon's Glenn Crane alongside. Fourth thou advantage going to Glenn Crane, and the win light here going to Crane. 7:19 dead, 3 to be 9 total, taking 16 thou. Spengler was 10 and 1 above. 15 above to be 25 total there for Spengler. John Dombrowski at 797, running here for New England Dragway, and Jeff Krasinski for Team Numidia. 745, the dial for Krasinski. Top of the racetrack, the win light here for Jeff Krasinski on another dual breakout, 7:44.7 on the 45. Krasinski was 15 at the let-go. Dombrowski was better by 2 thou, being 13 up front, and goes 95.8 on the 97, taking 11 thou. Rolling into Sportsman Motorcycle, round number 4 here. Brian Canolis, Team Mason Dixon, trying to get back in the fight. 893 the dial. Don Anderson. Dialed in an 891 for Island Dragway out of Lafayette, New Jersey. Green lights a pair. Brian Canolis goes down the right-hand side at 004 green, 6 thou advantage, and Brian Canolis lights the wind lamp at 895, 2 above on 151. So now Maple Grove and Mason Dixon are tied once again. Numidia is third at 46, Lebanon at 40, New England at 39, Island at 38, Atco at 35, South Mountain at 26, Est at 25, and Team Canada at 4. Next up, Kermit Garnett, right side. Mason Dixon down at an 899, and Jeff Tisdale for Lebanon Valley at an 893. Advantage right side. Kermit Garnett's going to be 9 flat, 1 above. Take 22 thou and 005 at the starting line. Garnett is the round winner there, and that's going to put Mason Dixon ahead by 1. Brian Moore now. This is a Mason Dixon runner with the single run. The bye run in the round. So now that will put Mason Dixon up 2 over Maple Grove. .005 Brian Moore and 9:16 on the 9:19 with the automatic round win at $1.45 to end out round 4 of motorcycle. Next up, this is going to be our consolation category for sportsmen. Dan Cassie right side, 1150. Joe Clark at 1171. Dan Cassie right side, turns it green. Joe Clark tardy here at the starting line. Who's it going to be? Finish line, 11:57. Dan Casey's going to be your winner. Travis Paquin, 14:31 the dial, takes on Justin Brusso. And at 11:58. So 11:60, 2 above. Justin Brusso goes to the final round of the Sportsman Consolation race here today. As we roll into our pro consolation category, Fred Clark, left side, dials it at 9:58. In the CUDA, take it on, Herb Wagner. Buick over there, right side, and an 8:98. Your attention to the pit area. We need Super Pro round 5. Super Pro round 5 to the staging lane. Super Pro round number 5 to staging. Wagner, 29 thou red. Fred Clark was 62 up front. And the Massachusetts-based Scooters are going to run here at 9:56. Christina Hubbard in at 11:52 dial. Right-hand side takes on Mike Franek. 10:14 on the top end scoreboard. Christina Hubbard, Mike Franick. Wheels up, leave left side. Franick sets him down, gives chase to the Mustang. Christina's out in front. Do a breakout win like Mike Franick, 10-13-8 to the 1150 with a 6. High school. We need you to the staging lanes, please. High school, round number 3. High school, round 3 to the staging lanes, please. High school. Bob Bates, right side, 903 the dial in. Jamie Rexitano. Rexitano at 1062. And the Chevelle. Advantage going to Bob Bates in the Nova. Top end, it's Bates. 904 on the 903. Take 32 to be your round winner. We have called high school to the lanes for round 3. Please attention to the pits. High school round number 3. And Super Pro to staging for round 5. All right, Super Pro consolation. Jason Wilson, left-hand side of the racetrack now. That is going to be the Penn Argyle, Pennsylvania base dragster at 757. And Heather Boyko from Northampton in at 738. Wow, this is going to be a good drag race all the way to the top of the racetrack. 5 thou separate them at the starting line, and Boyko is going to be your winner. 005 and 739, one above. Break out there for Wilson, 755 and the 57. Jeff Kondranik now. 884 going to be the dial in right side out of Maryland. And Jack Grader out of Pennsylvania with the Thunderbird, dialed at 805, going to be leaving second. How about the door car spot the dragster here? Kondratik is on the stop, though. 47th thou red for Kondratic. The wind light's going to come on for Jack Grader. 20 up front and 8:17 off the gas early at 141. Gets him the round win. All right, so we are in round robin mode. So Sportsman for the bracket final, Sportsman, you're going to return to lane 1. Pro, you're going to return to lane 2, and Super Pro, you're going to return to lane 3. Motorcycle here. This is the consolation race for the motorcycle. Final for the consolation motorcycle. So we do not have names on the CompuLink timing system. 927 to the 885. They run on down through their top end. It is going to be left side. 9 to 27 dead 5 to be 60 total. Be your winner. All right, we're going to roll into Sportsman round number 5. This is going to be the matchup between Dylan Moore and Joe McLaughlin. Maple Grove left, Mason Dixon right. Battle for the team points right here. Mason Dixon has 57, Maple Grove with 55. So, Dylan Moore, 12-17 the dial, right side. Mustang out and away. McLaughlin out in front with the Malibu. They are identical at the starting line, and the wind light comes on. Left side, dual breakout. Maple Grove going to be your round winner. Joe McLaughlin, 13:09 with an 8 on the 13:12. Adam Warner, left side, dials in at 11:82, and David Toms. Toms is dialed at 11:96. Another Maple Grove and Mason Dixon matchup here. Can Maple Grove come back and tie Mason Dixon, or is David Toms going to prevail with the dart right side? Motorcycle to the lanes, please. Motorcycle, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Motorcycle semifinals, we need you to the lanes. Another green light matchup. Man, oh man. Drivers are just killing it. Last pair, they were identical. This pair, one foul separate them at the starting line, and Adam Warner is going to be your winner. Hands go in the air for Maple Grove. 11:82, dead 2 to be 23 total. Toms breaks out 11:92.8. Now Brandon Wenzel with the bye run for Maple Grove. So they are officially going to take over the team points lead with this run right here. The pickup was 31 up front. Brandon Wenzel rolls on down through there. And on the 17 flat, it is going to be an elapsed time of 17:51. Here we go, rolled into pro. Martin Flagel left side. Maple Grove takes on New England's Kyle Murray. Murray 10-18 the dial. Gets the lead first in the pickup truck. They're going to turn him green. Close it in on the finish line. Stripe we go. Advantage, Martin Flagel and Maple Grove. It's going to be the Nova by 9 thou, 9, 48 dead, 3 to be 20 total. Murray on the breakout, 16-9 on the 18. Maple Grove starts to pull ahead right here. LG Nichols left side. Lebanon Valley takes on Joe Dedrick. The Maple Grove entry at 8:57. Right-hand side, that's the first-gen Camaro out of Bailey, Pennsylvania. Nichols, 982 on the scoreboard. LG Nichols turns it for 35 thou red. Joe Dedrick's going to be 15 red as well, but True Start takes effect, and Joe Dedrick's going to be your winner. 8:55 on the 57 at 156. Anthony DePietro now for Lebanon Valley, right side. 10:28 going to be the dial in. 10:82 on the top end scoreboard for Dave Harvey. Team Atco with the Valiant. We need all cars in Super Pro in the lanes, please. Missing one car. Anthony DePietro has the advantage, holding 40 at the starting line, right side. 10:31.9 lights the scoreboard at 117 miles an hour. Petro, your winner. Dave Harvey was 40 and 10:83.9 on the 82. Numedia's Jeff Krasinski left side, 9:15 the dial, and he will take on Atco's Bud McNasby in at 10:88. True Star takes effect. Jeff Krasinski is going to be your winner. Hands in the air there for Team Numidia. The Camaro 926 off the gas at 121. 9LV. Never mind, disregard on that. So here are the team standings, I should say. Maple Grove with 60. Mason-Dixon with 57. Numidia with 46. Lebanon 41. New England with 39. Island with 38. Atco 35. South Mountain 26. ESTA 25. And Team Canada with 4. All right, we're going to roll into motorcycle round number 5. This is going to be semifinals. Brian Canola's left side, 895 the dial out of Berkeley Springs, West Virginia. And Brian Moore, 916 ET prediction for the Hanover, Pennsylvania rider. Two Mason-Dixon competitors head-to-head here. So I believe all 3 remaining bikes here in this round belong to Mason-Dixon, so that's going to put 2 points on the board for them. Brian Canola's 895 with a disc 6 is your round winner. Going into the final, he's going to take on Kermit Garnett. Garnett at 899. He's going to put a point up on the board for Mason-Dixon here. So that's going to put Mason-Dixon right after this run at 59. Maple Grove is still leading at 60. Kermit Garnett, 55 up front on the bye run in the finals. Top into the racetrack, the Hayabusa at 901 at 147. So here comes high school, round number 3, the round of 3. So Thomas Oates gets a bye into the final. 12-18 the dial for the S10, Thomas Oates. $12.22 above. Thomas Oates going to be around 111 miles an hour. All right, who's going to go to the final? Out of this pair, Sage Embley or Ryan Orble. Hometown runner right side for Orble at 12:04, 12:16 for Embley. Top end, wind light, left-hand side, 12:16, dead 3 to be 28 total. Sage Embley is going to be your winner and go to the final round here in high school today. Well, we are down to round robin in our consolation race. So if you are still in consolation, go ahead and bring them back into the lanes, please. If you are in ET, the ET finals portion, it is round robin as well. You could go ahead and bring them back into the lanes. Here comes Super Pro, round number 5. This is going to be Steve Grinnell, left side. Taking on Paul Burris. Mason Dixon runner, right side at 788. New England's Steve Grinnell in the Mustang gets the head start here. Red light left side, wind light right side. Paul Burris is going to be your round winner. The Newville, Pennsylvania worker, I should say, is going to do an 8:21 run off the 788 at 160 miles an hour. So now, next pair is rolling into the water box. And it's going to be between Robbie Boyd and Shane Beck. Right now, Maple Grove and Mason Dixon are tied at 60. Island Dragway left side for Robbie Boyd, 781 the dial. Takes on Shane Beck and Team Maple Grove at 790. Shane Beck behind by 14 thou. This one is going to go left side. Robbie Boyd, 001 and 781, dead 3 to be 4 total. Taking 33 to be your round winner. Jeff Krasinski and Jim Gagnon. Gagnon left side, 763. The dial in, Krasinski at 744. So Lebanon left, Numidia right. Anybody's drag race here. 2 thou separate him at the starting line, and it's going to be a breakout for Krasinski. 7:43.7 on the 44 to the 64 on the 63. Jim Gagnon going to be your winner there. Glenn Crane, 718 the dial for the Farmington, Connecticut. 718 dial for Team Lebanon Valley. Eight thou red does not matter there for Glenn Crane. Top end of the racetrack on the 718. It's going to be 7.195, 186 miles an hour. Glenn Crane is going to the next round at Super Pro. All right, we're going to roll into the category of sportsman. Sportsman, round number 5. Consolation, this is the final round. For consolation competitor, Justin Brusso and Dan Casey. It is going to be a red light there for Casey by 13 thou. Justin Brusso is going to be your round, or your consolation winner, I should say. Here in Sportsman, Brusso goes 11:51 on the 11:58. All right, so Bob Bates and Fred Clark, the matchup here. Pro Consolation semifinals. Coming out, 9:03 the dial. Bates leaves second. Fred Clark brings the Barracuda to the line, left side. These two are out of the gate, clean and green. Fred Clark. Bates better by 6 thou as Fred Clark, and it's going to be Bates at the other end by 16 thou. 9:05 and the 9:03 gets him the round win. Mike Franick with the bye run here out of Oak Ridge, New Jersey. (10-10) on the 10:13 there for Mike Franick with the bye run into the final round. High school final to the lanes, please. High school final to the staging lanes. Attention to the pits. High school final. Go ahead and bring them into the lanes, please. right, Sportsman semifinals coming out of the water box. This is going to be Brandon Wenzel, left side. All Maple Grove matchup right here. Who's going to go to the final round? We're about to find out. McLaughlin, 1308 the dial in the Malibu, takes on Brandon Wenzel. 1761 the dial. Super Pro, back to the lanes, please. Super Pro to the lanes. Bike final, back to the lanes if you're not already there. Motorcycle final, to the lanes if you are not already there, please. Wenzel, 6 foul advantage, and the win light comes on right side there for Joe McLaughlin. 1310 on the 1308 to the 1772 on the 61 for Wenzel in the truck. So Joe McLaughlin is going to go to the final round and take on teammate Adam Warner. It is going to be an all Maple Grove matchup in Sportsman. The Reading, Pennsylvania El Camino on the 1180 dial is going to run on down to the top end and shut the timer off at an elapsed time of 11.804 to be 62 total at 114 miles an hour. Now we're going to move into Pro Eliminators. Pro Semi coming into the water box. Martin Flagel left side and Anthony DePietro alongside. It's Chevy versus Ford. Flagel for Team Maple Grove at 9:48 takes on DePietro and Lebanon Valley in the Mustang at 10:28. Right now, Maple Grove sits at 62, Mason-Dixon with 60, Numidia with 47, Lebanon with 43, New England with 39, Island with 39, Atco at 35, South Mountain with 26, and Esther with 25. Green light left side, green light right side. Martin Flagel trying to hold on, but Anthony DePietro is holding 37 thou, and it's Martin Flagel. Look at that. Overcomes a big-time disadvantage of the starting line, and Martin Flagel's Nova, 9:58 on the 48 at 121, gets the round win. DePietro goes 69 on the 28 at 101. Next up, Joe Dedrick and Jeff Krasinski. Who's going to go to the final round to take on Flagel and the Nova? We're about to find out. Krasinski, the hometown runner, in at 9:15. Joe Dedrick in at 8:56 alongside. Let's call Super Pro. Advantage going to the Camaro on the left side, Krasinski and the win light. Jeff Krasinski is going to go to the final round in Pro Eliminator. Krasinski was 21 and goes 9:17 to the breakout of Dedrick at 8:55.7 on the 56, taking 15 thou. So the finals in Sportsman and Pro are set. We need Super Pro. Bracket final, Super Pro. We need you to the lanes, please. Super Pro, we need you to staging. Final round coming out for our Super Pro Consolation Race. Jack Grader and Heather Boyko. Heather Boyko, Jack Grader now, 8:06 the dial in for the Thunderbird. Take it on the 7:39 ET prediction for the S&W race car for Heather Boyko. Two locals to Numidia right here. The win light goes right side to Jack Grader. Jack Grader at 8:17 is going to be your winner of Super Pro Consolation. Boyko missed it by 1 thou here at the starting line. Here comes our first final of the 2020 Northeast Division Summit ET Bracket Finals, and it is going to be in motorcycle. This is going to be an all Mason-Dixon final round. Brian Cadolis and Kermit Garnett. 9 flat left side for Garnett. 893 the dial for Brian Canolis. You have the chance right here, if you light the win light, not only to hoist a Wally, but to represent the NHRA Northeast Division in Las Vegas at the World Finals. They both turn it green. Who's going to the World Finals to represent Division I? We're about to find out. It's going to be right side. Brian Canolis, your winner. 9.056, 143 miles an hour, and we have crowned our first champion here at the bracket finals in 2020. Final round here in high school comes up now. We're going to crown our second champion here of Sunday or the Saturday evening. So Thomas Oates right side. Down in at 12:19. He'll take on Say Ghibli and the Blazer in at 12:15. 400 difference in dials right here for these two high school competitors. So we're going to crown a high school division champion right here. Red light by 16 thou, and Thomas Oates is going to be your winner. 99 up front, and the S10 out of Clearbrook, Virginia is going to run down to a 12:20 elapsed time at 110 miles an hour. Congratulations to Thomas Oates, your winner in high school. right, here comes the semifinal round of our Super Pro category. We're going to find out of these 4 drivers who's going to go to the final round and run for the Wally later tonight. Coming out of the water box, right side, running for team Mason-Dixon. That's going to be Paul Burris. Takes on Lebanon Valley's Jim Gagnon, wheeling the Dan Page-built race car, dialed 762. Jim Gagnon from Norfolk, Connecticut. And Paul Burris out of Newville, Pennsylvania. One of the quicker door cars in the category right here. 788 for Paul Burris. Mason-Dixon needs to grab a win here, not only for Paul Burris himself, but as a team to keep up in the hunt with Maple Grove. Out of the gate they go. Green lights appear. Paul Burris is 004. Win light. Left side, though. Burris breaks out. 87.5 on the 88. And Jim Gagnon for Lebanon Valley is going to go to the final round here tonight. ET Bracket Finals, winner and runner-ups. Winners and runner-ups, we need you to the back of the staging lanes for contingency. If you are in a final round and have already ran your final round, both winner and runner-ups need to go to the back of the staging lanes for contingency, photos, the whole deal. Jim Gagnon in the final round, and we're going to find out who is he going to take on. Glenn Crane, right side. Dialed in at 719 out of Farmington, Connecticut. And Robbie Boyd, 780 on the scoreboard for Team Island Dragway. In Quakertown, New Jersey, the 2012 Miller-built race car. So Robbie Boyd, Glenn Crane, who's going to go to the final round. Pre-stage and stage bulbs light up. Boyd brings it up on the R's. They're set. Top bulb lights on. Red light right side, wind light left side. Glenn Crane was 8 thou red. Robbie Boyd was 8 thou green and goes dead 4 to be 12 total. Robbie Boyd is going to the final round in Summit ET Super Pro. Bob Bates right side, and Mike Franek alongside. Final round for our pro consolation race. Mike Franek in the dart swinger left side. 10-10 the dial. 9:04. Giving the head start. And then over there for Bob Bates. We need all winners still in competition back to the lanes. If you are still in competition, we need to be back in the staging lanes, please. All winners back to the lanes. So the dart swinger, the Nova here. Red light by 39 thou for Bates. Franek's going to be 23 up front, and Mike Franek is your winner in pro consolation here tonight, 1044 at 104. Here we go. We're going to crown a sportsman champion. We're going to hand out another Wally here at the Northeast Division Summit Bracket Finals. Adam Warner right side and Joe McLaughlin alongside. It is all Maple Grove final round here tonight in Sportsman. The Pottstown, Pennsylvania 1980 model Malibu. Left side and at 13:06 for Joe McLaughlin, and the El Camino coming out of Reading there for Adam Warner. Who's going to go to the World Finals to represent the Northeast Division and Sportsman Eliminator? And it is going to be left side Joe McLaughlin, 13:08, 2 above. And he is going to be your winner. Warner was 73 and behind and goes 11:79, under by 100th at 114 miles an hour. Congratulations to Joe McLaughlin, your winner here in Sportsman. Now we're going to crown a pro champion. This is going to be two heavy hitters One of the best final rounds we're going to see of the night right here side by side. Two old school Chevrolets are going to pull into the water box, and burnouts are underway. It's Maple Grove left versus Numidia right. Jeff Krasinski has won the most rounds of any driver on the property this weekend. He went to 2 final rounds last night, but could not seal the deal. He fell short. Tonight, he is in the biggest final round of the weekend, and this is to hoist a Wally to be a pro division champion. You win this, you go to the World Finals. Krasinski, 916 dial right side, 948 for Martin Flagle alongside. It's Pennsylvania versus Pennsylvania. Out of the gate, green lights a pair. 8 thou advantage going to the left side for Flagle, and it's a win light for Martin Flagle and Team Maple Grove. Quite possibly the closest race in the final round that we're going to see. 1 thou margin of victory. Martin Flagle at 949, 1 above. Krasinski was 27 and 916 dead 5 to not be able to seal the deal right there. So 3 finals and 3 bridesmaids. Unfortunately for Krasinski this weekend, Martin Flagle is your pro champion here tonight. Super Pro Final, we're ready for you. Go ahead and bring them in the lanes, please. Super Pro Final, that will be the final run of the night. All right, we need our other Super Pro competitor in the lanes, please. We have one car. We need the other one to officially end out Saturday night under the lights here at Numidia, and that will bring to a close the 2020 NHRA Northeast Division Summit Bracket Finals. All right, once again, if you are a winner or runner-up, you have to go to the back of the lanes. So if you're a winner or runner-up, you're going to go to the back of the staging lanes to fill out contingency paperwork, to get photos, to do the whole nine. In the back of the staging lanes. So as our drivers suit up for, I believe, our Super Pro final, we're getting the other half up here. We're going to give an update on points. Maple Grove is leading with 65. Mason-Dixon with 61. Numidia with 48. Lebanon Valley at 44. Island Dragway at 40. New England at 39. Atco at 35. South Mountain with 26. Esta with 25. And Team Canada with 4. So your top three, again, Maple Grove, Mason-Dixon, and Numidia. Kevin Redner and Thomas Oates, we have a check for you at the front gate if you are still here. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the final round here tonight. Our last champion is about to be crowned under the lights at Numidia Dragway, and this will officially put an end to the 2020 NHRA Summit ET Bracket Finals here in the Northeast Division. We are going to end the night with the quickest cars on the property in the category out of the ones we've ran. It is Super Pro. Robbie Boyd and Jim Gagnon. It's Island Dragway on the left side, taking on Lebanon Valley's Jim Gagnon. 762 right side for the Dan Page built race car. And Robbie Boyd's Quakertown, New Jersey based Ray Miller built entry. Set to go. Two thou separate them at the starting line, and they're going to run all the way to the 1,320-foot mark, and your winner, left-hand side, 7.802 to be 14 total in the final. Robbie Boyd is your Northeast Division Super Pro champion. Jim Gagnon was 763, one above, and was 2 thou better at the starting line, but 12 thou behind at the other end. Congratulations to Robbie Boyd and the crew of Island Dragway on being crowned the 2020 Super Pro Summit Bracket Final Champion. Once again, all winners and runner-ups, we need you to the rear of the staging lanes for contingency and pictures. Once again, the final standings On the team points are going to be Maple Grove at 65, Mason-Dixon at 61, Numidia at 48, Lebanon Valley with 44, Island Dragway at 41, New England at 39, Atco at 35, South Mountain with 26, ESTA with 25, and Team Canada with 4. We do want to say thank you to each and every one of the 10 teams and all the competitors, crew, family members that competed here at the 2020 Summit ET Bracket Finals. Also, a huge hats off goes to not only the Northeast Division staff, but the staff here at Numidia Dragway for a very successful and safe bracket finals event. Hats off to the Domino family for a fabulous facility and everything that they do for the sport of drag racing. So with that being said, it's time to crown champions in the winner's circle and officially end out Saturday night here at Numidia.